I have made it out of the rabbit hole. Actually made it out of the rabbit hole. And it's finally time for Lore Reacts. Did I tell you I was exploring Graphia Academy, man? And I came across one board that led down the craziest rabbit hole. I couldn't get out. I literally couldn't get out. There's a lot of juicy stuff in here. A lot of things to dissect. And I'll tell you, I came to the conclusion that this whole world revolves around one mathematical formula. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much where we're at. Well, you know what, though? I need these. Let me do some quick farming real quick, and then I got videos lined up, bruh. Wait, what? I have got videos lined up. Oh no, I'm out of the things. Wait, these aren't the ones you get from the... Huh? Oh, well, let me just do this. Perfect. Oh. Do I have my Firefly team? I do. Somebody's got to have Firefly still on their page, right? Yeah, you do.
You want to betray me? Until everything burns to ashes!
There's one board that went into additive and multiplicative dimensions, man.
Let us dance once more.
And then I just started looking things up, and I'm not even a mathematician, bruh. But I just saw some things that I was like, holy crap, this makes sense for the whole world. And I just kept looking and looking and looking and looking. And I think I've figured out Planarcadia, though.
Everything in this world.
So now it's time to watch what other people got cooking and then, you know, judge off of that.
It all does. So beautiful. Fight to live. Can't wait anymore. Set the seas ablaze.
I can't wait till Sparxie comes out and then I can actually use Yao Guang.
Vanished.
Dude, I feel like I can't even use Yao Guang right now. You know, like, we gotta wait for Sparxie. It's like we got her, but like... Cool. We need Sparxie, man. I need some Sparxie action. I love Sparxie.
Share good fortunes.
Trying to debate where we want to start. I think we're going to start off with some Nova Impact. I think we're going to start off with Nova Impact Sparky Explained video. Because I think he goes in depth about the whole Planarcadia as well, and the whole story. So we're going to start there. Yeah. I feel like it's taking forever. I gotta get more of those slips. More of those special slips.
Let us dance.
You know what I'm talking about? Let me just auto farm these. I gotta do more currency wars, man.
Clouds scattered. It all does. So beautiful. Set the seas ablaze.
We had to do some currency wars, brother.
Set the seas ablaze. Immolated my dance. This is getting fun. Dream vanished.
Be of your body and mind.
Those characters, those enemies are so weird sounding. It's like they want to get at you in an inappropriate way.
Set the seas ablaze. Etched in your bones. Unite our goals. Let us dance once more. Fight to live! Can't wait anymore. Set the seas ablaze! Fight to live!
Boom.
Set the seas ablaze! Fight to live!
Yo, I swear to God, this dude's Firefly never leaves this state.
Set the seas ablaze!
We're just permanently in this state.
Fight to live!
I don't have a E2 Firefly, so I don't experience this when I use mine.
Fight!
But this is insane. Who's laughing now?
Seas ablaze!
Probably Aha.
Fight to live!
They tried to get me to say some racist shit the other day.
Clouds scattered.
It was actually crazy.
It all dies.
It's Saturday now, though. We might be able to go play that girl at some Cosmicon Collective now. You know what I mean? Will we actually be able to call her out by name since it's Saturday? Alright. Are we ready? Because I'm ready. I'm ready to see these videos now that I have dude, I went through every single piece of lore in the database. I pulled out everything. I personally have a good understanding, I believe, on the system here. I still have to explore the World's End Tavern. This is all I got left to actually go through. And I still have to do a world quest. I haven't done the world quest yet. But I went through every single piece of written material. I found Planarcadia so intriguing. Like, I don't know. I had the time and I wanted to do it. I mean, when you say use mommy team, you gotta be more specific than that, buddy. You gotta be way more specific than that. You know about this one? Or what? I mean, come on now. Gotta be way more specific than that. I still didn't claim that. Alright, let's get into it. Why is Akira coming down here? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you coming down here for? What? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Hold on. Hold. What? Darn dog won't distract me. Dahlia, Cyrene, Jade, Casterus. See, I don't consider Casterus, or not Casterus, Cyrene. No, Casterus too. I don't consider Casterus part of the mommy squad either, man. Even saying that's weird. No, hell nah. Nah, Casterus and Cyrene are not in that. Nah. They aren't part of the squad. Alright. That's why she came down. I didn't know you came down here. I thought Mom opened the door. Okay, this one is where we're starting. on, let me shut the Honkai stuff off there. Oh, let me close some of these. Hold. I can keep all that open. Okay, there we go. That's better. Alright. So this is his Nova Impact sparxie Explained video, the dark reality of Planarcadia 4.0 story explained. So I'm going to assume he goes through, you know, the story here a little bit, and we'll see what his take on everything is. This should be fun. I've been saving these. I've been waiting. Oh, let me make sure his audio's on. Alright, boom. Alright, Noah, what do you got, buddy?
The Planarcadia saga has begun, and with it comes so many plot points with an overarching theme that might just give me an existential crisis. Because after the weeks of brutal drought, Hoyo decided to drop the ocean straight down on our heads with no end in sight. So it's only fitting that we take things from the top and talk about what we just experienced. Sparkle suffered, Pearl is a menace, Asheville is hilarious, and Evanescia is way cutesier than I expected her to be. But we will get to all of this in due time, because there were incredible amounts of symbolism packed into every inch of this story, and
Way
due to
too
these
much.
breadcrumbs, I think I figured out the overarching theme of this story. And let me tell you, do not trust Planarcadia's goofy exterior. This story is going to places
Or a
we
soul.
might not be ready for. So strap in, because this is the broken world of Elation Explained. Friday, Discord, big event, new fun game, grand prize winner becomes
Oh, we
me.
missed it.
Link in description onto the video.
Someone becomes Nova?
So let's
How
take
did that
things
work?
from the top, because thankfully Hoyo spared us of the time shenanigans this go around, but they did do a
Did they,
few
though?
more perspective shifts more than necessary, so I'll just be cleaning that up for the sake of clarity. And we begin our story with a call from none other than Satan with a pimp hat herself, Jade.
What up, man?
So yeah, we're off to a great start here. She calls us in regards to the Anti-Destruction Alliance, and she offers us a spot basically to be the glue that holds the entire alliance together. She says we can be the leader, but that's kind of strange because Himeko suggested that the IPC take the lead back in Emphorius. So I think we know that this is an offer Jade is entirely aware will be denied. And sure enough, none of us trust Jade, and we decline her offer. To which I want
My overall prediction with this situation still, you got Bronya yesterday. I think my Bronya is E6. But my overarching thought about this whole situation is the IPC is somehow, with their influence on Planarcadia and everything they do, I think they may somehow trap us, put us in a pickle, put us in a bind. Something's gonna go wrong in Planarcadia. We're gonna be stuck, and we're gonna be forced to join the Alliance. Did you watch the new video for Genshin Impact anime? What? No, I didn't. What's that? Hold on. We'll break from this. Hold on. What is that? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's a short? What are you talking about?
Morning.
The world.
You lying? You're out here just lying. Unless you're talking about Varkas. I got baited, man. That's crazy.
to say plan B, but in this case plan A was a facade from the start, invites us.
The studio of the anime released it. I watched it on Instagram. Who was even the people doing it again? UFO tape. Oh. This thing? That's it? I mean, nice little tease, but what the heck? Yeah, taking their time. It's been 3+ years, okay? Not to mention, it's probably hard for them because they don't even have all the information yet. Like, it's got to be hard to, you know, put all that together. I wonder if they're just getting everything together, and then once we actually get to the end, then they're gonna drop the you know, the anime. All right, let's back this up.
That's kind of strange because Himeko suggested that the IPC take the lead back in Emphorius. So I think we know that this is an offer Jade is entirely aware will be denied. And sure enough, none of us trust Jade and we declined her offer. To which her, I want to say plan B, but in this case plan A was a facade from the start, invites us to Planarcadia, telling us that the moon is full, the Phantasmoon games will soon begin, and her colleagues will roll out the red carpet for us. Afterwards, she hangs up and we check in with Black Swan, who unfortunately has to leave us for some important memo keeper business, and she's taking Dahlia with her, so that's not exactly a bad thing. But tells us that if we need her, Evernight is more than capable of finding her. Though I don't think she would want that. Anyway, we discussed our plans with the crew and set off for Planarcadia, where we actually make a landing. Something I forgot
this was
we did. But do not let this false sense of safety fool you, because we also come in contact with who I'm going to call the real villain of the 4X updates. And if you don't believe me, I'll explain later. The CEO of Planarcadia and the legal representative, Pearl of the 10 Stonehearts. Not only a CEO, but also most likely an attorney. Just planting some seeds. She also plays nice for now and invites us to meet her in person, and she lets us know that the Shanjo has also sent an envoy, who we of course know is Yaoguang. So we conclude these pleasantries and get some more intel on this world of elation from Himeko, who mentions Aha's worm, and March says that the first person we meet is always a part of some
saying it like that
is
secret. Twisted.
And to be honest, sure enough, she's right. On the Shanjo, we first met Phantilia Team Yoon. On Penacony, we met Misha. And in Emphorius, we first met Finon. The only exception being the first person we meet in Bellabog being Sampo, but come on,
I mean,
we all know.
I mean, he's still cooking to this day. He's got the most secrets of anybody so far.
Something's going on with this guy. But anyway, the first person we meet in this world of Planarcadia is none other than our good friend, the caveman, Xandar 2 Kuwabara, who is just Sparkle, but let me tell you, there is a good reason for her doing this that spoils the entire story going forward. So I'll be going back to this all in due time. Sparkle tells us she is our IPC assigned guide, which is a lie, of course, and proceeds to give us the grand tour. Because instead of giving us the twisted perspective of the IPC, she gives us the view of this world through the eyes of an elation follower. Because, you see, when the IPC takes over worlds, things change. And if not directly, it's through their contaminating cultural influence. Let me explain. Because initially, Imagine beings that exist solely off of wish power would simply provide for and live alongside humanity in a mutualistic relationship. They provide things humans need, and humans give them the attention and thereby wish power. But in comes the IPC, who declared that Imagine were to integrate into society, so they have to work jobs and such. and probably also pay taxes, so more money for the IPC. But in doing this, the IPC introduced something that simply isn't fit for this world: the industrialization of entertainment. In a world where people entertain themselves as a way of life, the IPC turned their culture into a job. Creating entertainment in Planarcadia is no longer something that is a pleasure, but an obligation. And if this
I love the new area. It's very intriguing. It's very interesting. I think the story's fun too.
this world and the Phantasmoon games fall into the hands of the IPC, the elation will turn into nothing but a cash grab for business deals, polluting the idea of the elation itself. And this is a huge real-life metaphor because this symbolizes the corporatization of content creation in real life, and that leading to the death of creativity, everyone using the same editing style, things like that, you know,
True.
the Mr. Beast art style controversy, sucking the fun out of content creation in general. Which is
True.
why I like to be unique, but still, as a content creator myself, this gives me a bit of an existential crisis. But anyway, delivering the message is why Sparkle wanted to lead this tour, and afterwards she disappears. And our real tour guide appears from the IPC, none other than our favorite IPC lapdog, Scott. I would rather it be Carmella, but judging by what happens
so happy
later,
he's dead.
I'm okay with it being Scott, who we troll
See,
around with for
an agreeer. I think anybody can say who originally played and had the OG version of Scott and actually had to play through that goddamn quest. We're happy he's dead.
a little bit, and then a streamer broadcasts on a giant screen. A famous streamer named Sparxie, who quite literally steps out of the screen, recognizes us, pulls us back into the screen, we escape, and then she proceeds to weaponize her fans to attack us, since she kinda logicked herself into thinking we were from the IPC, or at least siding with the IPC. But after we beat up some of her fans, a woman named Kuchita from the Department of Aberration Defense pulls up and bails us out. And
Saves the
here
day.
is where the perspective shifts to Pearl. And I finally get to pay off on those first seeds I planted before, because right after introducing the industrialization of entertainment and how that is killing creativity and ruining the fun of the elation, we see Pearl, an Intellitron, creating a replica of a famous Planarcadia art piece. Now, this is really important, because this is
Super.
actually the first time we see Pearl, and she's creating AI art. And that's not even a stretch, no, she is an AI artist. She is forging art as a robot without consent from the artist, with near perfect accuracy, which is scary. So not only is she an IPC CEO, and probably also a lawyer, but she is an AI artist on top of all of that. She is so comically, stereotypically, obviously smack you upside the headedly evil. Further establishing the IPC's willingness to trample all over this world's culture for petty profit.
In other words, it is an unexplored market.
But that said, Himeko and Welt arrive, and
I
Welt
mean, yeah, sure. But you gotta remember, they are the ones who did come here and use the technology from, what's it called, Punk Lord, to actually get them out of the pickle they were in. Nobody else could do it. So many different people actually went here and failed every time to bring them out of the painting. Because the land was in a painting, they're in a painting. And then the IPC came here and took them out of the painting and is bringing them back into the reality through the technology of Aether editing that they found in Punk Lord, right? So yes, they could be construed as like evil, but they're doing it for their own benefit, sure. But otherwise, they would still be stuck in said painting, in said world and canvas.
up this exact fact, because nearly every world that they bring into their fold gets subjugated by the preservation, to which Pearl replies, "Oh, that's just 37% of the time, because 63% of the time they get to keep their culture." But despite how stupid it is that she thinks this is a good showing, that's not the right statistic. You know why? Because back in Bellabug, this is the exact statistic Himeko told Bronya was the odds of her world being destroyed or surviving ecological restoration.
This I didn't know.
Saying that she has a 63% at survival.
Hold on, what? Allow me to present data that is often overlooked in the 2 past eras. 1263 planets have joined the pan-cosmic trade system, and 63% of them have preserved their native civilizations.
You know why? Because back in Bella, sure, but despite time, because oh, that's just get up this exact fact. Because nearly every world that they bring into their fold gets subjugated by the preservation. To which Pearl replies, oh, that's just 37% of the time. Because 63% of the time they get to keep their culture. But despite how stupid it is that she thinks this is a good showing, that's not the right statistic. You know why? Because back in Bellabog, this is the exact statistic Himeko told Bronya was the odds of her world being destroyed or surviving ecological restoration, saying that she has a 63% at survival, 80+% with Topaz. But
I mean, look. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of situations sometimes. If you're lucky you're getting more than 50%. Like, even if it's not the right statistic, whatever. But, like, let's say it is. She's lucky. The planet is lucky. It's more than 50%. They're not coming and saving you for no reason. Like, so this is the way the world works. This is the way our world works. This is the way real shit goes down. Okay? You get saved. Well, guess what? You got to pay up. So, saying 63% is actually a W because they are lucky. They're more than 50%. Sorry. I'm not the bad guy here. That's just reality.
That number, 63%, is a dead giveaway. So Pearl is either lying about her motives or lying about the numbers.
Lying about motives, for sure. The problem, honestly, the problem with the whole IPC thing is I don't know why they put it up front. Like, just be honest, actually. Like, we know you're in it for your own reasons. Just say so. Just tell us why. Enough of this beating around the bush. Oh, yada, yada, yada. They can do this and do that. And we're here to do this. And we're just trying to save them. Okay, dude. Anyways. That's like when Yao Guang was talking to Sunday. And she was like, oh, you could probably see right through me and what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, okay. Get to the real part now.
Is planning on terraforming or ecologically restoring Planarcadia, or they are trying to do something else dishonest. Either way, this is a lie, and Himeko doesn't call it out. But I will. There is no way these two statistics would be exactly the same. But moving on, Himeko and Weld basically tell Pearl that we have no issue with an alliance, but we, the Express crew, are more—
But, considering everything that has, Bellabog references, I mean Bellabog characters, we see so much from Bellabog in Planarcadia that's probably not just a coincidence.
More suited to being the driving force behind the alliance, but not the leader because that role doesn't suit the Trailblaze. Very subtle difference that Pearl points out is just rhetoric. We're not the steering wheel, we're the engine. Think of it that way. So Pearl takes them into the Phantasmoon courtyard and drops that the IPC is already in possession of 3 masks, and that her goal is quite literally to control the games. A plan we all know will fail because, please, who can control Aha? It's no secret the symbolism of elation is Aha being the puppet master with everyone on their strings. And
well, see, and this was something that I was thinking of too. The fact that the games have now come within 15 years compared to when they were in the painting, it was within 30 to 50 years every single time, right? So my thought is the fact that the IPC are trying to basically fix the games is what's actually accelerating the timeline of the games taking place.
Pearl looks awfully like a puppet to me. Hoyo does not do things for no reason. But that's besides the point. Because the nameless parents take their leave, and soon after, Yao Guang appears. And to sum up their conversation, Yao Guang uses Blade's appearance in Planarcadia to strike a deal with Pearl, allowing her to do whatever she wants. And this was really smart on Yao Guang's part. Because Pearl's argument is that you should work with me because the destruction is our common enemy. And Yao Guang says you should let me do whatever I want in Planarcadia because Blade is our common enemy. So that way, Yao Guang got got her way. And she made it abundantly clear that she wants the IPC to show some sincerity before she even begins to make a decision in regards to the Anti-Destruction Alliance. Meanwhile, she sent Ting-Yun to infiltrate the Sandwich Syndicate, the gang Blade was supposedly hired by, or the Shanzhou's #1 assassin, to take his place. And this goes off without too much of a hitch. Dan Heng and Sunday show up as backup, and they meet the immaculately voice-acted boss and realize that their
he was
really bad guys. Bro just wants to help out downtrodden Imagine because it seems that the IPC created wish power poverty among Imagine. So the boss's goal is to sponsor a supplicant and get some wish power from the shoutouts and publicity. So they strike a deal and make,
because they're forcing so much of that wish power into these external sources, into the Trailblazers, or well, the Astral Express whole thing. That's all the IPC's doing, right? Not to mention the 3 masks that they hold. Now, the games have previously taken place inside the world and canvas, which was all basically the ancient civilization of Benzai, and then whatever Imagine they already had. So it was all condensed in that area inside the painting. So it was naturally growing to like 30 to 50 years, you'd see the games come around. But now you have these external sources in Planarcadia basically accelerating the timeline because you're filling up the wish power faster. That's the way I see it, at least. So it's like a cup. And the cup of, it's the moon is getting full, the moon is getting fuller, the moon is getting fuller. And then the games happen, which is why it would still always be between 30 and 50 years. It wasn't a set like every 30 years. You fill in the cup. But now, with these extra things coming in here, the Astral Express, kind of that whole fluffy series being told by the IPC, and other external things getting the wish power, it's filling up so much faster. Hence the games, or well, not hence, but then the games come around quicker, sooner, within 15 years now. The other thought about that is the fact that possibly the games didn't come to a full conclusion the last time around, 15 years ago. And so, basically, the moon didn't deplete its entire stock of wish power, and it had some left over because of everything that happened with Bloody Bloom, Mr. Herald of Death. So I think it's a possibility that maybe that happened as well, and then it filled up quicker because it wasn't fully, the games weren't fully concluded. Something canceled the games. The IPC said they may have to brought the, or wasn't, maybe not the IPC, or was it? Yeah, because that would have been the first year they got out, right? I forget exactly, but it was like, it was IPC. So they would have to bring the games to an end early. So I don't know. That's something I have on my board, is to like what's going to actually be the explanation behind the games being 15 years ahead of schedule.
Get out with a mask where Yao Guang is waiting for them on the roof and proceeds to place the mask on Sunday's face.
Kabow.
And personally, I love this because, let me explain. Because through this, we get to see how far Sunday has come, and he is now presented with the opportunity to make his dream come true. However, he doesn't want to make the same mistake he once made, so he's kind of conflicted. He knows what his heart wants, but he doesn't know how to achieve it in the right way. This is a continuation of Sunday's character arc that I hope culminates with him winning the Phantasmoon games and wishing the Amphorius people into reality, because this would be him doing the opposite of his past self. Instead of pulling everyone out of reality and into a dream, he would be breaking people out of a dream and bringing them into reality. The perfect full circle redemption. This would be cinema. but I digress. Meanwhile,
I mean, that's what we're gonna end up doing.
Tricked into walking inside Sparxie's domain expansion, and they get trapped, and nothing really of note happens here besides March using her remembrance powers. That was pretty cool. The little jellyfish show up. But Sparxie followed us, beat us to the punch, or should I say mask, and got even stronger, making herself a supplicant and gained control over everyone in the school. And here is where we meet Evanescence, who broke the fourth wall earlier and stared directly at us. She shows up, bails us out, takes us into the courtyard, makes us a mask, and kicks us right back out, calling us the protagonist. You go, girl, give us nothing. While
Which was also cool because remember the guy in the live stream said that some people will draw him? That's kind of the hint to this, I think. She drew our mask. Right there. Boom.
And while all of this is happening, Silverwolf enters the world and tracks down Ashvale after counter-scamming a Furbo out of his life savings. Deserved. And
yeah, actually
she's
deserved.
So scared of Ashvale here, but I can't imagine why. She never goes anywhere herself. She's always projecting herself different places, so I have no idea why she would be so scared here if she's not physically there and she knows she's not physically there. I don't know. Bronny loses all of her aura in this story. It's so sad. We'll get to that later.
Mr. Ash,
Maybe she's just startled.
This lady is not here for food delivery.
Could have just been startled, you know? You ever just have a bug land next to you and you get a little startled?
Oh, she must be here to kill me.
Ashvale mistakes her for Kafka.
A Stellaron hunter. Kafka.
And Silverwolf hires him to track down the mask that she was going to take from the Sandwich Syndicate. Because turns out it wasn't Blade at all, it was her using that name of the Shanzhou's #1 assassin, and Blade really wasn't happy about it. So we catch back up with the Trailblazer, who links back up with Sparkle and Himeko, and Sparkle reveals that Sparxie is Sparkle's Imaginé that she created to make wish power for her when she was out and about. But since the Phantasmoon game started, she got so powerful from the overabundance of wish power that she gained sentience, and now with the mask further enhancing her power, now has stolen Sparkle's power as well. And here is where I can finally pay off on that Xandar teaser, because this is why Sparkle disguised herself as Xandar. It's a whole metaphor for how she created Sparxie, but Sparxie was too good at her job, just like Noose was for Xandar. Then Noose proceeded to gaze at Xandar, thus learning through him and getting stronger through his knowledge, just like Sparxie stole Sparkle's power. Now it's Sparkle's goal to take down the thing that she herself created that is too good at its intended purpose. She is Xandar, Sparxie is Noose, and we are now allied with Xandar trying to free everyone from Sparxie's Sparxicon.
I didn't think of that. I didn't think of that.
Of elation,
That's a good point.
and
I didn't
this
think
was
about
all
that.
spoiled 30 minutes into the quest. I love how deep this story is.
Yeah, I
Hoyo
didn't even
does
think about
not
that.
do things for no reason. Anyway, we then link up with Yao Guang, where she tells us that she can't extrapolate on our fate, which makes sense. Noose couldn't either. We are fateless. So regardless of whatever divination she makes, if we are involved, things will forever sway from knowable to unknowable, just like Noose in the fate of the cosmos. Which is funny because later on she says that the reason why she didn't put the mask on herself is that she would become the Noose of Planarcadia. The buff that she would get
that was
would
a crazy
enhance her
line.
divination abilities to such an extent that she would be capable of creating instants that would very likely doom the world. But at that time, she didn't know that we are immune to these extrapolations. So just like Noose, she can have her instance, but there would be a Trailblazer-sized obstacle in the road to the future being knowable. So that's one reason why she isn't a supplicant. The other reason is that she divined her own death on this trip, and is acting erratically to try to throw off the divination. So that's Yao Guang's whole deal. Anyway, we part ways to head to the Masked Fool's Tavern, where I saw this NPC glitch. He told me to look him in the eyes, and I got really confused. So we make it to the tavern, where we meet Sampo for the first time, and we go to the Golden
On
Confessional,
Pablo's
where Sparxie
toilet.
left us a present.
You want us to unclog your toilet?
Her Sparxicon plan, get your head out of the toilet, where we learn that this whole Sparxicon thing is a mimetic virus to turn people into Sparxie.
From the very first day I was created, I've been doing exactly what my creator asked of me. Listening to every fan's questions, empathizing with their pain and troubles.
And for the life of me, I don't
Yeah.
know why we go to Fatal Joke next, but Sparkle gets a psychological evaluation. She's bonkers out of her mind, no surprises there, multiple personalities in there, with none of them being the real personality because she does not see their true Sparkle as someone that matters. You know the deal, I've made multiple videos about that. That's the reason why she is a Harmony character, but it is because of this that her powers are fading away. Sparxie has become so powerful that she is more Sparkle than Sparkle is. Something Sparkle has been trying to avoid by constantly switching masks and abandoning old ones. But since so many people only care about Sparxie now, the person wearing the mask no longer matters. So the doctor suggests that Sparkle cremate herself to get rid of or at least weaken Sparxie by throwing herself into a star. Yeah, this got really dark so quick.
It did, because even Himeko.
This sad scene of Sparkle just powerless and so weak that she can't even get off of the hospital bed. And this felt wrong, I'm not gonna lie. Sparkle being vulnerable and crying like this makes me so uncomfortable.
Leave her.
This is who we want to be. And now, this imposter
The beeping.
is more me than I am.
The music was perfect
It
here,
feels
though.
so out of character for her to be just so actually genuinely sad. It's like when the smiling clown finally frowns. It's something you feel like you shouldn't be seeing, you know? But to be honest, maybe this is needed because this truly shows that Elation is on the edge.
Yep. It fits into the whole tragedy thing, too.
Of nihility. Because life
The
itself
tragedy
is
side.
cruel and existence itself is so absurd that there is no point in living. But that's just the nihility speaking. Because the elation is what we tell ourselves in order to keep going. It's fake it until you make it. Force yourself to believe that you are who you want to be until you get there. But in this moment, she's lost her relation, and for a brief moment, she straight up loses her reason to live. It's really sad, but it's so real. So let's move on. We go to Sparkle's
sweet,
storage
now you're
vault
back?
to get some countermeasures Sparkle made just in case one of her cells
I still
got
want
out of
that
control,
jade.
But Sparxie stole them too. And here is where Sparkle is just a wreck. She's lost all hope at this point. But Himeko hatches a plan to use the World Breaker Waves painting to cleanse the memetic virus. But first, we had to infect ourselves with a memetic virus because the mind can only have one virus at a time for some reason. So Sparkle takes us to the Echo of Primordial Laughter, where we see just
Cancellation. Can't overwrite. Or, well, it would overwrite, but another memetic virus can't overwrite another memetic virus. That's the only way the memetic virus takes hold. It's by overwriting the existing person. But it can't overwrite another memetic virus.
how far she has fallen. It's so bad that the tavern doesn't even recognize her as a masked fool anymore. But for some reason the Trailblazer is recognized as a masked fool, so we make it in anyway. Maybe it's because we're a supplicant? Either way, we make it in. The
Yeah, that part was super weird because it was like not clear how all of a sudden we're a masked fool. If like I don't remember in anything else I looked through, I didn't see anything kind of further explaining the whole masked fool opening up, or that door opening up for us because we're a masked fool. It was a very kind of sudden realization or sudden kind of approach to that situation.
Trailblazer pulls the Slumber Nana Monkey virus out of the smile, and Ashvale shows up, and he says this.
Put that banana down.
But we don't, because Tactical Sam Polkowski distraction triggers when someone is following us.
Smoke 'em,
and
smoke
we
'em.
get away. So armed with a plan and our banana virus, we infiltrate the school and challenge Sparxie. Or rather, Sparkle throws herself at Sparxie to buy us time.
I think it was hilarious. They're just running around fighting the whole time.
Oh, and if you're wondering which one the quote-unquote real Sparkle is, the real answer is neither, because the real Sparkle doesn't really exist. But the satisfying answer is the one we've been traveling with this whole time, because Kuchita showed up and called Sparxie an Imagine-Nay. So I'm just gonna kill that debate now. The Imagine-Nay is obviously the one that is the mask. Where we find that March is completely fine. And the reason why I think she's not infected affected is because of Evernight protecting her mind from the inside. And Welt is kind of just him. Then we get this segment of Himeko's past catastrophe 15 years ago that needs its own video, so look forward to that. And we finish putting together the painting, and now we track down Sparxie to find that poor Sparkle's humiliation has reached an all-time high. She got dragged around, the disrespect selfie, tossed like a piece of trash, and worst of all, Sampoed. I don't know if she'll ever recover from this. This is catastrophic levels of aura loss. Her aura went so far into the negative that Sparxie straight up absorbed her. But luckily enough, Himeko hit Sparxie with the counter disrespect and striking her mid-transformation, and the final battle commences. We win, and as Sparxie attempts to escape, Yaoguang and Sunday show up to help us see through her illusions, and she gets absolutely destroyed. And then we batter into the
goddamn wall, brother.
Smash Bros home run bat. And finally, after all this, Sparkle finishes off Sparxie like she does with all of her other selves we've seen her kill off before, with her little red gun, finally putting an end to Sparxie's reign of terror. Or let's be honest, she probably did. She probably just put her back under her control. Afterwards, we go back with Himeko, where her dad shows up and tells her that she's dead.
Well, they merge back together. I'm
gonna be honest, I don't even know what to think about this. This is a mystery for another day. And Silverwolf meets up with Pearl, and apparently the short Quantum girls can't catch a break because Silverwolf got played so incredibly hard here. Because Silverwolf was attempting to get a mask from Pearl, and she was trying to flex about her ether editing skills and how she broke into Pearl's collection.
Pearl's like,
stuff.
oh, that's
and
cute.
Pearl, this clanker, turned into Aizen. She said, I know you. I know your predecessor, Zero. I have her locked up right now. I logged into all 76 of your band accounts. I know all of your tricks. I let you find Ashvale. He works for me. I let you listen in on our conversation, and I let you stand here right in front of me. And in fact, get that fake lifelike hologram out of here. I'm looking at you naked in the bathtub right now. Nah.
Smoked her.
Somebody get this clanker, bro. She's a problem. Somebody get Pearl. She is a problem.
Oh my god.
She is a problem. Pearl is a problem. I thought she was gonna blackmail her with photos at that point. Give Silverwolf her own Fermata bathtub light cone. Silverwolf got done dirty today. She has to kill Pearl now. She has to kill Pearl now. It's the only...
Well, it's just funny because she did all that because the IPC used the Punk Lord, this is my understanding, the Punk Lord technology in order to basically get Planarcadia out of the world in Canvas. So she knows everything about it. She knows it to the greatest extent that it could be used.
Way for Silverwolf to redeem herself. This was so humiliating for poor Silverwolf. This cannot go unpunished. So I would like to mourn the loss of my Quantum Queen's aura, because that is where this story ends. Because this is the broken world of Elation explained. Pearl gotta go. There is no more left to say. I don't think Hoyo has let disrespect like this happen in their story quite like this before. And I would be all for it if it wasn't my two favorite characters getting disrespected like this. Silverwolf has taken nothing but L's. Herta would never take L's like this. Oh,
see, but here's the thing though, right? Is Silverwolf has a script. So how does that play into the whole thing? Is Silverwolf now also playing stupid? Like, oh, wait. Oh, wait a minute. You did that? Wait. Because, like, shouldn't she know what her... Because didn't she ask Blade what his page said, and he said blank, but she didn't say her page was blank. I didn't look into that. I'd have to look into that. So she would have, like, some... she should know kind of what happens here, right? Or she wouldn't be left just standing with her pants down right there. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it would have prevented her from doing that. So she might just be playing stupid here. Silverwolf might not have gotten played. I think I didn't think about that until just now, but that's something I think we should take into consideration. Oh, what did you say about Scott?
Scott died. Anyway,
Yeah.
Can I get Herta
GG.
in this story, please? I need her to dunk on these
Oh my
IPC
God,
Stonehearts because
true.
they are getting out of hand with this. Pearl, the CEO, lawyer, AI artist, needs to be stopped at all costs. But jokes aside, this story is dripping with symbolism and plot points and teasers, and I barely scratched the surface of any of them in this recap. I do this just so that when
Yeah, that is true. There's a lot left there. With the Sparkle situation, like, we defeated her by putting Sparkle back on top of her. And using, obviously, we used the waves to crash down and replace all of the people who were influenced by the memetic virus, which lost Sparxie's willpower, or wish power, and then that allowed Sparkle to come in and actually overwrite, or, well, take her back in, /overwrite, /merge with Sparxie again and just become one thing. Because they're kind of like a like the Sparxie and Sparkle at the same time is like a destabilization to the system, which is why you see the memetic virus kind of take form, because it is destabilizing to the system. But once we crash that down and then put Sparkle back in with Sparxie, it stabilizes again. But I think the whole Sparxie Sparkle situation is foreshadowing what's actually going to happen in Planarcadia, where we're going to see continuous or additional things kind of destabilize. And then as they continue to destabilize, we're going to need to figure out the ways to stabilize them again by, overwriting certain things and making sure that duplicates don't exist or can't exist. Things along those lines. Cool. Well, that was a good start. That was a good start recap. From another perspective there. I'm not going to watch DeWitt. I had to say, but I'm not going to watch DeWitt's full recap of the thing. But we'll stay on Nova. We'll clear through Novas, and then we'll go to different ones. So let's stay with Nova on Elation's 2 timelines. I don't know where he's going to go with this one. Hoyoverse tried to hide the biggest secret of Planarcadia. It's bad. Oh, okay. Supramod. Okay. All right, give me 1 second. Let me grab his food. Supramod. Delicioso. Little chicken Sammy. Little chicken Sammy for the road. Well, not really the road. I'm not going anywhere. Okay, what did I say this was? Hoyoverse tried to hide the biggest secret of Planarcadia. It's bad. All right, Nova, what do we got on this one, buddy?
the smiley faces all around the hallways just painted here are totally not Assad Pramod's doing, right? He sure does love to draw smiley faces on planets he blows up, and he is a purple-handed dice-head hat man, so surely it's not him already, right? That would be
He's an
just
orc.
too obvious, right? Have you ever wondered if there is a you that lives in a different timeline.
There
a
is.
parallel timeline with one single change that renders these two lives unrecognizable.
There is.
Have you ever wondered if this you is okay or even alive? I have, and it's thoughts like this that are all too real in Planarcadia. And by real, I mean they exist.
They do.
Yes, there is an alternate timeline that explains exactly why Himeko's father Ryusuke appears before us and claims his daughter to have passed away.
Hold on.
While our timeline proves Himeko to be alive and well. What if I told you that both of them are correct and
I don't know where he's gonna go with this, but saying alternate timeline, I don't believe is correct. I'll let him go, but I'm gonna say right now, alternate timeline, I don't believe is the right way to approach it.
wrong at the same time, depending on who you ask. And understanding this fact is the key to comprehending the true plight of Planarcadia, because there is a reason why Pearl and the IPC believe that they can regulate the Phantasmoon games, in spite of the most unpredictable Aeon at its head. And Sparkle's story with Sparxie reveals the answer in its entirety. I told you guys that we were going into the deep end with the theories, so let's start off hot. Because this is the two timelines of Elation explained. Okay, so first things first, allow me to prove that there are two different timelines in Planarcadia, because there is way too much evidence that supports this. And to start things off, let's look at Sparkle and Sparxie, two sides of the same coin and two different versions of the same character. Now, there is a reason why Sparkle says, "What is Elation? Me, I am Elation," because she is the closest person to Aha, or I guess a human representation of Aha, and I'd even venture to say nearly Aha themselves. Let me explain. Aha is a bunch of masks, acts erratically with little to no thought behind their actions. They're described as not having a self-consciousness, meaning that there is no ego or superego, there is only id. I need entertainment, me do this thing because thing is funny. And how this lines up with Sparkle is that there is no real Sparkle. The person Sparkle was before the theater troupe showed up and gave her her first mask does not exist to her, and she doesn't matter.
If someone can transform into 10,000 characters, would she still remember her original self?
Good question. But if someone could become 10,000 characters, does the original even matter anymore?
She is a mask with no face behind it, just like Aha. You can faintly see a person behind it, but it's not recognizable or even visible sometimes. Because just like Sparkle, Aha does not believe that their true self matters. So the answer to if Sparkle or Sparxie is the real one will always be neither, because the real one does not exist. That is what makes her so unique, where for most people this is a mental condition. For her,
It depends on what you consider real and not real. What do we consider the imagine, and then what do we consider the humanoid form? Sparkle, I believe, is still a humanoid form, while Sparxie is the imagine.
this is just her natural state. So when she created Sparxie and Sparxie became more her than she was, Sparkle got weaker because she herself is just a mask too. And when speaking about Elation and Sparkle, it's impossible to not think about the comedy and tragedy masks representing the theater. And sure enough, Sparkle became the sad mask and Sparxie represented the smiling one. But guess which mask Aha ended up favoring? The smiling one. Aha refused to recognize Sparkle to the point of where she was no longer considered a masked fool, but Sparxie was. And this is precisely why people call Aha fickle. And speaking of the two masks of comedy and tragedy, it just so happens that Planarcadia is split into two different sides: Glee and Gloom. Once again, two masks. What is the real face in this situation? We will get to that later. So with all of this in mind, if something tragic were to happen to a world of Elation, what would Aha do? Either leave the world behind or intervene. And we know for a fact that they haven't abandoned the world, so we know that Aha intervened. But what did they do? Well, this is where things get interesting, because the answer to what Aha did is veiled by the events of the last Phantasmoon games, because there is no coincidence behind past events bleeding into present day Planarcadia, because what I think Aha did was fracture time itself,
No.
or rather mask the entire planet. Seeing this tragic fate befall their world, they split the world into one of glee and gloom, a good timeline and a bad timeline, because what truly happened doesn't matter to the elation, just like who a person really is does not matter. It is catastrophic for a fool to lose their mask because Aha will get bored with them and cease to recognize them. All that matters is what is more interesting. So just like how Sparxie took Sparkle's power, the Glee timeline is all that matters and the Gloom one is pushed to the back. And Himeko seems to have died in the Gloom timeline but lived in the Glee timeline. But don't get me wrong, both timelines exist parallel to each other, just like the Sad Mask does very much exist. But this side isn't accessible and is hidden away, quite possibly absorbed by the Glee side because that is what Sparxie did to Sparkle for a limited time. But the problem in this case is that the two sides are merging, which is why we see the flashbacks of Himeko's past as ghosts and we see Ryusuke and a second Dolly. That might be a furbo the way it runs away, because the second Trailblazer definitely is a furbo, except for here where this one's just us in the future. But speaking of Dolly,
no, that's also, see, okay, this is where it's not right. He's got the right idea, but and I can't say he's completely wrong, but from what I've looked at, as I don't think it has anything to do with time. It's a perspective loop, not a time. Now, it's not a time thing. It's all about perspective. It's two planes parallel to each other that are existing at the same time parallel to each other. And you have an observer from the outside, basically us, or in this case, it would kind of be Evanescia, in the Phantasmoon courtyard, who acts as that observer from the outside, and basically, like the hospital bed scene. The point of that is to act as to show. This is like the first time explaining how I'm kind of working through this, so you got to stick with me for a second. Like, the curtain here is just that. It's a curtain in like a theater. It looks like two of us exist. We see two of us, and it looks like, okay, one could be from the future, but that's not completely true. Both of these exist only to make it make sense from a causality standpoint. Now, it doesn't matter if we never go to the door. See, what this actually ends up being is we can either open the curtain when we're in here and then we're on the floor, or we could go to a door somewhere else, which I haven't even found the door yet. I just saw this. And we end up going through the door and being the one standing on the bed. So whether or not we go through the door doesn't matter, but the fact that the door exists in the world is enough to give causality to this situation here. And through the formation of not necessarily the imagine, but just the way the Planarcadia works, allows for the ability of our character to be in both of these places at once at this time. The door exists simply to form causality, but it doesn't matter if we actually go through the door or not, because we close this curtain purposely to not break the timeline, right? Because if we were to get close to each other, if we were to touch, bad things would happen. That's why when we're going through the interplanar jump thing and we touch the furbos together, it destroys one of them. So basically, if we were to touch right here, one of us would have to go, because we both can't. The moment we collide both of these realities, one gets overwritten. what free character should you pick? I mean, I'm personally probably going to pick Kafka because I think she's the one that can be used still out of everybody there, or she has the best use case for out of all the characters there. Where was I? Yeah, so it's not like we're in completely separate, we're not seeing ourselves in the future. We're just appearing here at different times in the same plane to make sense to causality. But let's say we're on the floor here. The door exists somewhere in the world to allow this causality to happen. But if we actually never go through the door, it doesn't matter because our quote-unquote clone will never just, it'll never form there. It'll fade out over time because it never actually ends up happening. But the fact that the door exists in the world and allows, the fact the door exists in the world opens the causality for this to actually occur. I hope this is making sense, but this is like how I understand it. So it's not us in the future or us in the past. It's not past future. It's just simply perspective causality.
Future. But speaking of Dolly and there being two of her, she does say that Himeko gave her the mask for her to hide, the one that she gave to Sparxie, and our Himeko was with Welt and Pearl, so we got more doubles running around. Which means that this mask is from the Gloom timeline, and this even suggests that the IPC has access to this timeline, and that's where Pearl is getting the mask from since she had 3, and it doesn't make sense how she just got 3 unless she rigged the game and got it from the other timeline, but we'll get to that later. But what can't be ignored is the fact that we got pulled into the events of the massacre 15 years ago. Himeko was able to talk to the ghosts of the past, and this is no remembrance memory of a dead person type of thing either. My guess is that ever since the Express entered Planarcadia, the timelines line.
Now this here is, since it was such, this is how I believe this to be. Since this event is talked and discussed about so much, this period in time in this classroom with the Herald of Death basically took on a form itself as an imagination. So this isn't even going back in time. This is a separate room on the same timeline that we're in. But it's like if you were to walk into a museum, essentially, and be able to interact with people, and interact in a museum, and be able to interact with people that are acting like the characters from, like, I don't know, the 1700s or something, is essentially what this room is. We're not actually going back in time here. We are just going into a museum set with characters who think they're living 15 years ago.
Up again in a way. The Gloom timeline is most likely dead and can't really continue on because everyone's kind of dead, and so that timeline just kind of repeats over and over again. Everyone dies over and over again, but the point is that it kind of still exists, and this is teased because we saw the Express blow up briefly before returning to our safe landing. That was in a cutscene, and this was the Gloom glitching into the Glee. So when people go to places they were before, like Himeko and her old classroom, events line up and the two timelines cross over. And because of these crossovers, things like the Herald of Death and Ryusuke are able to completely merge with the Glee timeline, resulting in two people experiencing two different histories and still being able to interact with each other. And all of this links back to the IPC.
How did he say that? How did he say that?
Was in a cutscene, and this was the Gloom glitching into the Glee. So when people go to places they were before, like Himeko and her old classroom, events line up and the two timelines cross over. And because of these crossovers, things like the Herald of Death and Ryusuke are able to completely merge with the Glee timeline, resulting in two people experiencing two different histories and still being able to interact with each other. And all of this links back to the IPC and their feats of ether editing, because only they could be capable of doing something like this and creating a vulnerability in the split of the timelines that we are currently experiencing. Because we know for a fact that Pearl has a plan to wrestle control of Planarcadia away from Aha so that she can regulate the Phantasmoon games. And I have a sneaking feeling that the way they are doing this is to merge the two timelines together, reversing the work of Aha with Ether Editing's reality manipulation, bringing the Gloom timeline into the Glee timeline, thus restoring the world to what truly happened. This is what I think they mean by their ecological restoration. And what this would do is make Aha bored with Planarcadia. Because remember, reality doesn't matter to Aha. Just like there is no real Sparkle, there is no real history of Planarcadia. This is why we see in that random animation thing all of these past winners of the Phantasmoon games were sponsored by the history fictionologists. There is no history of Planarcadia. They live in the moment. The past means absolutely nothing to Aha. So Aha would abandon the world if the true timeline was restored. What the IPC is trying to do is remove the mask from Planarcadia to weaken the influence of Elation enough to allow them a chance to manipulate the entire Phantasmoon games. And by doing this, they aren't fighting Aha directly or even trying to manipulate them, they are circumventing them by making their world boring, playing on the nature of Elation being fickle. So the timelines are split, but I would argue that it needs to stay this way, because the problem with restoring time to its original state is that this would doom the entire universe, because most likely in the true timeline, Himeko died, never repaired the Express, and the Trailblaze remained in Planarcadia, stranded and broken. But due to Aha's interference, Himeko lived and saved the Astral Express, because it is the fate of Elation to save the Trailblaze or the world-bearing path. Amphorius is a microcosm of the cosmos, by the way. Aha splitting the timelines, creating a reality that the Express can thrive in, even though according to this guy has no space travel technology on it, is Aha lying to the cosmos. A lie that sustains Akavili's Astral Express, just like Cypher made a lie with the power of trickery to sustain Kefali's Dawn device. It's not even Nihilux at this point. It's not even Amphorius at this point. Even Sparkle says that Aha has a thing for Akavili. So the Glee timeline needs to remain split from the Gloom timeline in order for the Trailblaze to exist. Otherwise, the butterfly effect would be unfathomably severe. And this even explains how the IPC is currently rigging the games right now. Because if they are close to merging the two timelines together, they would be nearly parallel. And how many years again does it take for the Phantasmoon to wax full? 30. It's only been 15. But if these two timelines are running parallel to each other, 15 and 15 is 30. They're already rigging the game. And they have been rigging it since before we even got here. And I'm convinced that they are...
What the fuck math is that even?
Using ether editing to break into the Gloom timeline to get their masks. Because if these two timelines run parallel, there are 16 masks. And the moment they bring one into this timeline, that counts as one of the 8. This is why Pearl says, I have 3 now, but with time I can get even more. This is how she's getting them. She's cheating. Aha is unpredictable, but if Aha were to conveniently abandon the world because it becomes too boring and Elation loses its meaning, it's ripe for the picking. So this goes deeper than the IPC forcing Imaginate to work so that they can charge them infinite taxes because they don't need money, they just need wish power. This is them stealing the world from Aha by stripping the world of its culture, rendering the world unrecognizable to its own Aeon. But here's another catch, because there is a reason why Aha split the timelines apart and basically created a happy timeline. What happened 15 years ago was something so bad that it killed the entire planet. And the only reason why Himeko's dad is still alive is because he was off-world just like she said he was. And even though everyone in the Glee timeline is happy and alive now, Yao Guang can see the truth. Everyone's fate is death, because whatever happened 15 years ago wiped everyone out. Not just students and limited casualties. Everyone died. And now, due to the IPC, it's coming back. The Herald of Death is back, and it can hurt people in the Glee timeline. And Scott's death was just one of what is probably going to be many. So in this way, Himeko is both dead and alive. Both are correct because the true timeline doesn't matter to Aha. They split the two apart, leaving the gloom by the wayside and enjoying the glee in the other. Just like Dolly says jokingly, the other her's destiny is to suffer so that she can enjoy her life. Is this a joke? Maybe, maybe not, but if Sparkle is right and is elation, then that means the true and real does not matter to Aha. What they will recognize is always the glee. They can stare into the void and still find something to laugh at. So yeah, this Aeon would fracture time in order to leave the gloom behind and mask their entire world. Because this is the two timelines of elation explained. For elation, it's always one happy, one frowny.
Okay, I had to let him finish because there's a lot there.
And conceptually, the denial of all things apathy. So the only way to take control of a place governed by such an Aeon is to make it boring. Restore what is true and concrete. Strip away illusions and kill creativity, leaving no reason for Aha to care. But little do they know that, just like Amphorius, the elation is holding the world-bearing Trailblaze together. And Aha's lie and the denial of what is real is what saved the Astral Express. So if gloom and glee were to fuse, all is lost. All for petty profit. Sure, there is a fair amount of speculation here.
So, let me say, there's a couple things I agree with, but not for the way he's explaining. If gloom and glee combine, yes, bad. But they're not separate timelines, I don't think. But the core concept of them combining or coming together is what's going to destabilize the planet. So let me go here. Nope. I didn't think we were going to have to go here already. So, let's go. We're going to Graphia Academy. There's a couple things here. I gotta remember what room they're in.
I heard from the math teacher that the gym teacher is sick again.
This guy, Mr. Tyker, drops some actual serious knowledge about how this planet works. This is what sent me down a rabbit hole.
Abstract algebra is still deep.
Is this guy. Interstellar geometry. And I still, like, I've written a bunch of notes and I can, like, kind of understand it, but it's still very confusing. I don't know if I can explain it to others. But Mr. Tyker explains what this interstellar geometry is, and basically it is like you have two worlds, two planes of existence, but they're not necessarily timelines. They're not necessarily they exist over the same mapping, but they have two different sets of rules. Multiplication and addition, multiplicative and additive rules to their planes that are overlapping the same level, or, well, two overlapping planes that overlap our plane of existence. Now, the additive plane is basically the cosmos, the real world, whatever. The multiplicative plane is the land of the imaginae. That's the... Look, I'm not going to really try to fully explain it, but I recommend, if you want to entertain that it's not necessarily timelines, look at what Mr. Tyker has to say, even with his blanks. And look at that, because there is a bit here that's basically saying it's not necessarily timelines. It's more so planes of existence with different sets of rules. So, there's him, and then there's also something else here. This. The exam god.
Maybe the answer lies within your heart.
You ask it a question. You ask, I think it's subjective. It gives this random formula. This is called Euler's identity. And, dude, I am not a mathematician. And this is also something to try to really, that I've been fully trying to understand. But essentially, it's this is basically a 180 flip on a circle. Basically a reflection of what exists. Is what this formula is. It's a 180 flip on a full circle. Is kind of what this formula means from my understanding. Something like that. Look, I'm probably not doing it justice at all, but I took the part that what we need to know out. Okay, 180 flip, a reflection, right? So it falls into certain things. Obviously, we get the clones of ourselves. We get reflections. We're able to see the moon and the reflection that we're able to go through to enter the tavern, which the tavern is on the other side of... What are they? Are they gloom or are they glee? They're on the opposite side of everything else, though. They're on the gloom side. The World's End Tavern is on the gloom side. By entering, through the water that we did, we were able to enter that tavern. So basically, we were able to enter the reflection, and therefore get into the tavern. Now, that formula, I believe, is the core of how the entire world here works. And it is not timelines. 2 planes, different sets of rules, and that formula just adds to it by showing reflection. Okay? But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're different timelines, or that, I don't know how we got 15 plus 15 equals 30. But, well, I know how you get there. But I don't think that's an explanation for why the Phantasm games are early. Because what we get when the IPC brings this world out of the canvas is they're pulling them out of a strictly multiplicative dimension. The painting is additive. The world inside the painting is multiplicative, okay? What the IPC is doing is pulling the painting, the world of Benzai, essentially, Planarcadia, out of the painting now and bringing it into the additive world, which needs to be distorted somewhat in order to exist in the additive world, because the additive world needs real causality. You can't grow exponentially or you'll break. So that's what the IPC was able to do through their Punk Lord research and Aether editing. And so, by doing that, they're bringing them out. And now Planarcadia is in the real world. And now, they're not just confined to the reality of the ancient Benzai and Imagine. And now, we have people from the real universe going into Planarcadia, influencing or getting wish power faster, intervention from the IPC. Everything's going that much faster, which is accelerating the timeline of the games. I don't think it has anything to do with 2 timelines getting 15 years each and equaling 30. Strictly because it was 30 to 50 years. The 15 plus 15, we're just putting that together as, oh, that kind of makes sense. Split timelines, 15 years each. Yeah, sure. There's no real explanation there. It just seems like it makes sense because it just sounds good. But I don't think that's true. I think the whole 30 to 50 thing shows that there was a real buildup depending on how much wish power was being formed in the world of Planarcadia leading up to the games. You know, let's say it was a slow year. Not a lot of people, you know, people were down. Stock market was low. People weren't happy. Wish power grew slower. Oh, it took 50 years this year. Oh, but the next year, everything was super high. Boom, bang, boom. 30 years. That's awesome. But now, wish power is fucking cranked up to max. And we're 2xing. Oh, no. We're 2xing. What does that bring us to? It brings us to Evanescia saying we're spiraling into the abyss. You want to know why? Because of this goddamn formula right here in the circle. So guess what happens if this formula breaks? Guess what happens if this formula breaks? We're no longer just getting the flip. If everything starts to grow exponentially even further than what it is, and we're not able to rip that out of the Planarcadia into kind of the real world, and we keep growing multiplicatively, exponentially, well, guess what? We're not getting a circle. We're not getting a circle. No. We're spiraling. We're breaking out of that circle. What happens when you... We're not just hitting this anymore. Right? So we're getting a reflection back to here. But the moment we start to grow too exponentially... Whoa. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. We're spiraling. This is what happens when we keep growing exponentially, bro. We're not staying in the circle. And this can't exist in an additive world. In an additive plane. In our additive plane. Now, how that actually works into what we're currently seeing, I'm not sure. Because it seems like we're in still the multiplicative side of things, because Sparxie was still able to grow multiplicative through her means of Graphia Academy, right? And the way we were able to bring her down is by introducing Sparkle, her original, and canceling out her alteration, her mask. See, that's the other thing of this formula. This is why I said I'm not doing it full justice what the formula is, because, god damn it.
What's wrong?
It's kind of also saying how we're canceling things out. Because I think this ends up being to where it could be like -1 + 1 = 0 somehow, and then I don't know. I was looking this up earlier, and I'm doing an awful job of explaining this right now. But it's also showcasing how we're using certain things to cancel others out, because only one thing can exist in the world at the same time if we're in the additive world, aka if we're in the real cosmos, if we're in the real universe, not stuck in the canvas. Which is why we were able to bring the waves in and cancel out the mimetic virus. You know? Look, I'm telling you, I'm probably not doing this full justice right now, but if I would recommend, if you really want to look further into it, look into this formula and how it could play into Planarcadia, and look into the whole additive and multiplicative world explanation and how that can play into Planarcadia. Because I think it says more than just timelines.
The competition is coming up. Gotta practice as much as I can.
And Sparxie's thought process, or well, Sparxie's story is kind of foreshadowing, I believe, what's going to actually happen in Planarcadia on a larger scale. Something we're not going to actually be able to just defeat by canceling it out. We're going to actually end up spiraling too far. Too many things are going to grow exponentially. Like this thing. No, I'm just kidding. So that's why I'm not fully on board. We're not doing time again. We're just not doing time again. We're not. It doesn't. I need to understand it more to give a better explanation. but we're not in a time loop again. We're not in time alteration again. I think we're strictly looking at this from a perspective standpoint. An observer standpoint. Because what was the other... Hold on. It wasn't on the identity page. Oh! It was in the classroom. Where they showed the... It's all around this formula, bro, I'm telling you. I gotta find the classroom it's in. Oh. God damn it, bro. Why is there just a security dog staring at that door? Honestly, it's probably in the same one that... It's probably down here.
I heard from the math teacher.
We have all the clues we need.
No.
The fitness club's looking for new members.
Oh, it's this one.
Teacher, that the gym teacher is sick
Oh.
again.
Damn it.
Get out of here and go home if you sleep.
Hold on. We're gonna find it. It's definitely not in there. Art room? Was it the art room?
Danger ahead. Ready yourself.
Oh. Oh yeah, this one. I already looked at all these online. Fuck, no, it's not here. Dude, I gotta find this whiteboard, this just chalkboard now. Didn't I already go up to this one? God damn it. Hold on, we're gonna find it. I'm finding it for sure. Is it that one? No. I feel like I'm getting closer though. Okay, Miss Dolly's. Oh, I didn't fight you yet. This board right here. So we see how we got the little sign shit here? The little circle here up top. Showing the reflection. Rocket ship to the moon, question mark? Actually, I haven't fully analyzed this because this is more than I thought it was. Okay, but then when we look at that formula again, they have a visualization of it on the wiki. Bro, look at this. Spiraling out of control. Oh, I grabbed the wrong thing. It's all revolved around this formula. This is it's the whole understanding of the world is that formula. The whole understanding of Planarcadia revolves around that formula. And I guess it's also like, oh, what was the other thing I looked up that it said? Okay, so you know how like noise canceling headphones work? You get your sound waves coming in. Or noise canceling headphones put out another sound wave that matches that, or the opposite of that, in order to cancel it out. Is essentially how this world, like how we handled Sparxie. We put that out, we put the opposite into play to cancel her out. Which is why, if we were to touch in the hospital bed, I don't know where the door is to access it from the other side. But essentially, if we were to touch by accessing this from the other side, or if we were to touch after we open this, we'd be putting the noise canceling headphones on. We send out the opposite wave and cancel it out. The more mysterious and enigmatic something is, the more it sparks our desire to explore it. Yeah, well, I spent a day looking this shit up, and I still can't even explain it the right way. Oh, wait. Oh, is this gonna let me redo it? Is this... Oh, wait, hold on. Does this reset on a different day? There's a new sound? Pull back the curtain again. The worst that could happen is having to bow your head and apologize. Wait, what? This is different. Oh. Now it's a different person. This is where we were standing on before. They might still be on the moon. Waiting for me to save them. Unknown life form from beyond the sky. My mission is to eliminate it. Must pilot the Mechatron. Oh. Well, good luck, buddy. Because we have learned that you can't do that. Supposedly some girl tried to get up to the moon and she couldn't do it at all. Supposedly when she got close to the moon, it turned into like a 2D thing, and like she just couldn't fight it, or she couldn't see it. Like it just didn't happen. And then she ended up landing back on the planet, and her spaceship was still broken, and she thought it was all a dream. So, assuming getting up to the moon isn't like a real possibility, like I don't think we'll be able to do it. Dude, but yeah, so yeah, the timeline thing, not completely. I believe that there's like the hospital curtain thing shows us a boundary. It kind of explains how the world is actually working. Where there's a hard boundary. And if you cross that boundary, that leads to corruption. That leads to destabilizing the system. But the curtain is then put in play as a naturally forming stabilization tactic of the world. It's fully hard to explain because we don't know the extent of where they're going with it. Like, I mean, to be fair, I think it could be, like, there's a chance it could be 2 timelines, but I think them providing this other information about the, that formula and the additive and multiplicative, information within Graphia Academy, I think it deters away from the timeline theory. The alternate, or the multiple timeline theory. But then again, it's really, at that point, you could also be saying it's semantics, because you could look at the different planes as technically different timelines, but not in a way where we're able to maneuver through like a past or a future or a present type of deal. That's why it's like calling them timelines seems incorrect. It's more so planes of existence with different rules. But to that extent, or to that point, both can, like, the whole them interacting with each other is bad, like he said in the video. It's bad. That's going to cause the destabilization of the system, and that's probably where we're headed. Things are going, like I said, things are going to continue to spiral. I mean, Evanescia is already worried about spiraling because the masks are forming too soon. But I think the reason that's happening is because the IPC is trying to fix things, and everything's happening way too fast. The IPC and their attempts to take over the Phantasmoon games is actually going to be the cause of the destabilization of the planet. They're going to cause their own demise here. Oh, I also had a thought that the IPC may be able to lock us in here. That I'm not sure. Because I feel like the Astral Express... I feel like there's a real possibility that the Astral Express could be Imagine. I do. I feel like it's possible. I feel like there could have been a form of something that, whatever happened 15 years ago, whoever won 15 years ago, which we don't know. And we don't even know if the games ended. We don't even know if the games fully came to a conclusion. But, let's see, there was. I think there's a world where the winner of those games could have been the person we know as Himeko. And she used her minute to bring the Astral Express to life. I don't think that's an impossible conclusion to come to. I think that's on the board of possibilities. That being said, if that's true, the IPC probably knows this, because they were around when these games happened.
My drawings are hideous.
They were the ones bringing Planarcadia out of the world in Canvas at that time, through ether editing. So, there's also a world where I think they may be able to trap us here, because they're also the ones putting the Astral Express fluffy all over the place. I believe there's a world where they could stop the belief in the Astral Express. They have so much control over this planet that they could kill the wish power in the Astral Express and bring us to a point where we don't exist. I feel like they would be able to threaten that on us if we don't join their alliance. I feel like that's a potential way this story could head as well.
This painting.
But then also, one more thing, I think, on this. In the Phantasmoon Courtyard.
A little longer in this body.
This is also in the world of gloom. We see the moon in the reflection, right? But we don't see the moon in the sky. I believe that this place kind of acts as the hospital curtain. It acts as that boundary between the two planes. Your additive plane and your multiplicative plane. Now, he did bring up a good point about the masks. Does that mean that in this reflection, which I don't see it though, you would think you would be able to see it, there are another 8 masks? That's possible. That is possible. I could see that being a possibility. I didn't think about that. But the fact that I see the tree in the reflection here still, but I don't see that, I don't know. This place is still in the world in Canvas, right here. This is confirmed to be in the world in Canvas. So there's no moon here. But the moon is in the Planarcadia that is brought out of the world in canvas by the IPC through ether editing. That's why we see the moon there. It's almost like they've edited the moon into the sky. I don't know. I don't know what that really means. I also find it weird the masks manifest here, but then end up going to the other realm outside of the world in canvas. I don't know what that means. You think this was supposed to be pink, right? Like, this was all probably pink. 100% this was pink before they had to redo stuff, right? I don't know. Because, I mean, that's also how I look at it, too. Is, like, the gloom and glee is... I don't know if it's all necessarily outside of the world in canvas yet. Like, she says the Phantasmoon Courtyard is inside the world in canvas, which is the painting that Graphia did. Right? That's how she saved the world however many years ago, okay? Or saved Planarcadia. Benzai, right? So I feel like the IPC might be lying a little bit to some extent. And maybe this is all still inside. Would that make sense? Would they be able to lie that much? To say that this is all still inside the canvas to some extent? Probably not. Because part of me feels like Glee is outside of the canvas, but Gloom is inside the canvas. Right? And this, because they say this is inside. Explicitly, they say this is inside the world in canvas. Which, if they meet in Dual Mention City, would mean that they're outside of the world in canvas here. And would mean all of this is outside of the world in canvas. However, that being said, we still see plenty of things take shape that don't necessarily make sense logistically for the multiple planes of existence. Bro, I just be talking, man. Although I'm not gonna lie, like this, I find this really interesting. I find this 4.0 really interesting. I feel like I don't like the timeline thing, but I'm really trying to understand how they actually want it to work. And it's confusing because it's partially explained through mathematics, and I don't necessarily understand the mathematics because I'm not a mathematician. But I kind of had like a general grasp on it. I'm just trying to make full sense of how it all works. Do I have a favorite OST? Absolutely, I have a favorite OST. You know, I'll bring you there right now.
Welcome. Please laugh to your heart's content.
Boom! This one's a banger! I love this one. Yeah, I love that one. There was another one I heard that I liked a lot. I just don't remember where it was. Or even, like, if I heard it, I'd be like, oh yeah, that was the one, but I don't remember where. But nah, this one, I love this one. I love the Tavern OST. You got a favorite one? You got a favorite one? So the thing I've been recently trying to put together, though, low-key, is why the tavern and the Phantasmoon Courtyard would both be... If Phantasmoon Courtyard is considered inside of the world and canvas, and its gloom, I feel like it's a safe assumption to say the World's End Tavern is also still inside the World and Canvas. And we know this is where all the fools are at. So I've been trying to... I don't have it yet, an understanding there, because I haven't looked into this part of it yet, but why that would be the case. It sucks, because even like... Man, I feel like I have certain understandings in my head, but then I go and try to explain it, and then I realize I obviously don't have it fully understood yet because I can't explain it correctly. But whatever, work in progress. Work in progress. Work in progress while trying to watch these videos, and I just went off on a crazy fucking tangent. This song is just actually such a banger. Alright. I think Kat had another timeline theory too that I saw. So maybe we should just jump to that while we're on this whole topic. Himeko classroom? How do you get there? Because now I'm curious. I want to know what the other one was that I heard. How do you get there after the fact? I forget which... It's not this thing, is it? Can you get there? Actually, now that I think about it, I don't even know if I can get there again. I don't remember getting there. Also, I don't know how Assault Pramod fits into all of this. The only thing I had for Assault Pramod is he's behind the Smiley cult. That Smiley cult that wants to do all the weird shit to people. That girl who approaches us with March and March shuts us down. Yeah, I don't know if I can get there again. I don't remember, because I went through this whole place and Oh, also I found it funny how, you know, we got a big addition, problem on the board right here. That's just me being biased, though, in my belief of how the planes work. Or how the system works. I think that's the best way to explain it, though. Is that it's not timelines, it's just different planes of existence with different rules. That's, I guess, the best way to put it. That is a good explanation. I feel like that's an easy to understand. I've been trying to find the easiest way to explain it. I think that's a good way to explain it. What is the Himeko classroom OST? Would that pop up? This one? Oh, yeah, okay. That's solid. You know what was cool for the setting? What was cool for the setting was Sparkles when she's in the bed. Where would that be? Is it up here? Like, not to just listen to, but when it was happening, when she was in the hospital bed, it hit correctly. Like, it was the right OST for that moment. Is it gonna play the right one? Well, I don't even think that's the right one because maybe it was just part of the story? Yeah, no, it's not even the right one. Yeah, this was really good at the moment. Like, in her moment, this was crazy good. This was so good there. Did you get those hard strings that come in, bro? Oh, man. That shit hit. When I heard those hard strings, I was like, oh my god, that was really good. What is... I'm trying to think of the other one I heard that was like, okay, it's a banger. I got sidetracked. That's okay, this is good. No, not that. No. 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 I mean, yeah, her boss theme is pretty damn good. But that ain't it either. No. I've heard this so many times. Nah, it's this one. I mean, this is a good song too, but it's a good one. That one's good, but no, this just clears. This just absolutely clears. No. No. God, no. No. This won't be good if they didn't have the annoying-ass whistle in there. What the hell's going on? The whistle's just extremely annoying there. Oh, we listen to that one. That one is good. No. No. God damn. Oh, that's the karaoke. So bad. So bad. So bad. What is going on? Am I breaking my ear? Oh. 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 It might have, honestly, it might have been sparxie's theme, the one I'm thinking of. It was either that or it was just the intro music. Like, this was good music when you hit the city. This was good. This was great when you hit the city, I'm not gonna lie. And it's lagging. It's broken. It's broken. Okay. Well. Yeah. All right. Let's continue on. Wait, was I done explaining what I was explaining here? Yes, I think so. Okay. Yeah, Nova. You know what? I'm curious. Hold on. I'm curious what people say in the comments here. You know, the person to say 2 timelines in Planarcadia, but I'm the first to accuse the IPC of using this alternate timeline to steal, mask, and manipulate the games. Morning actor equals glue, masked fools equals glee. It is like a Schrodinger's Himeko. But remember, no matter what side of the moon you look at, it's all the same moon, so I don't think both Sparkle and Sparxie are the same. Yeah. Like, they exist. They don't not exist. I don't think it's that... He said they don't exist. They do exist, but both of them exist, and one has to be canceled out. They are the same person and are not the same person at the same time. My theory, based on the context of monodrama, on some planet, an actor decided to take her own life, but at the very moment that she did the deed, Aha stepped in and Sparkle was born. I think the real Sparkle was long dead, but the nature of quantum is that she is both dead and alive at the same time, and everyone and no one at the same time. Not where I was thinking, but think of it like a handshake between different times. Is he talking about
able to completely merge with the Glee timeline, resulting in two people experiencing two different histories and still being able to interact with each other?
So, to this point, too, I didn't say this, but to that point, hold on, I had this actually written, hold on. Where the fuck did I put it? Not to this video, but I had an idea of what the world would do. Oh, so how it all comes back, honestly, bro. I feel like the whole curtain opening, which I wish I saved that. The whole curtain opening with us, I feel like explained more than what it gave insight to how the world works more than what I think we're giving credit for in these videos. But it basically opened the possibility for that door to be there. It's the way of it. Restart. Restart. Now I'm blanking. It's so tricky. Because I was trying to make sense of, like, if the door, like, what came first kind of deal. Is the door already existent? And then, because the door exists, that's what allows us to be on the bed? Or does the door exist because we saw a version of ourselves standing on the bed, so the door then manifested in order to allow a timeline, or not a timeline, a scenario, perspective, like a causality, a perspective loop, to then allow us to go into the door at any time, so that way it would all make sense, aka causality. But if we never go through the door, it doesn't matter, because that thing, that clone, would just not exist anymore. So it almost created the door as a solution to the paradox of there being two of us, to close that loop. So with Himeko, we know that there is a situation where a daughter of Ryu, a daughter of his died, whose name was Himeko, right? And then our Himeko says, my father was gone, who the hell are you, pretty much. So we have two situations happening. But if two beliefs end up gaining enough traction and form, Himeko would then be both alive and dead, and that can't happen. So I believe that the world will naturally find a way to alter what's actually going on as a way to solve the paradox. How did I write it here? It'll create a situation where, like, Himeko died in one way, but then it became alive in another way in order to stabilize itself. So both things, like, one could have happened, but then there's like a hidden path or something that the way both beliefs can be true in order to stabilize, or else things will start to disintegrate because both things can't be true. There's another person here. Wait, this is a totally different person. See, but this is what I mean by the door being there. The door is there, so all these people end up here. So that's what I'm saying. When we end up finding the door sometime in the future, or well, when we end up finding the door at some point, that just closes this perspective, closes this loop, this play. Maybe you're an imaginary. In the end, we still haven't figured anything out. I don't remember my past, so you can say whatever you want. I did not realize there were multiple things here. I don't know, bruh. I didn't even know there were multiple things there. So, like, I can't even complete what I was... Oh, boy. Man, sometimes I wish I was a mathematician. Okay.
Two people experiencing two different histories and still being able to interact with each other. And all of this links back to the IP, the Glee timeline, resulting in two people experiencing two different histories and still being able to interact with each other. And
I think it's possible for that to happen. It's either somebody's lying, it's possible for this to happen, if it is where this is happening, the system has to solve itself. And I don't know how it's going to do that. That's why I say it's hard to believe that we can trust anything because the system changes. I mean, we have the accounts of people who were becoming the Eon of Elation for a minute, deleting the past. What does deleting the past mean? Do you actually delete the effects of things that happen? Or do you actually just delete the memory of the past? Or do you actually delete the effects of the causes of things that happened in the past? Because if that's the case, let's say Himeko did actually become the winner of the games and become the Eon of Elation for a minute. Well, she could have deleted all the memories of this previous Himeko and then became that Himeko in order to, or well, not in order to, but then use that Himeko's name to then take the Astral Express up into the sky. But for some reason, why would the dad be immune to that and remember his daughter? Like, there's just so many possibilities when we're talking about people being able to delete the past once they become the Eon of Elation. Like, that just opens a can of... it's literally Pandora's box. Like, anything's possible. And literally, anything is possible. So that's why I haven't really been focusing on that too much. I've been focusing on how the actual world at its core works. Or at least trying to. But alright, let's look at, let's actually look at cats. Let's look at cats. Is this the right one? Did he put, I feel like he put up multiple. No? Is this the actual one? Because he goes into timelines here too, right? 2 timelines theory. Alright. While we're on the topic, let's see if I can follow this. And we'll get another perspective on the 2 timelines theory. How 4.0 ending completely changed Himeko. Honkai Star Rail, 2 timelines theory, Cat with Blue Hat. Here we go. Mission spoilers. This is Dolly. Welcome, Dolly. We meet Dolly in the main story. Remember where she is. I remember. That's the other Dolly. Right? Okay. Why does it run away? What up, man? What up, cool kid? This is not just limited to Dolly, but it's also us, correct?
Am I seeing things? Why is there another me?
Interesting part is that Dolly knows about such duplicates. This creepy phenomenon of duplicates is the answer to the ending of 4.0. Himeko's father claims that she died 15 years ago, while Himeko states that her father was never present in her life. Okay? I am certain that both of these statements are equally true. This is because Planarcadia has a parallel dimension. I know it sounds crazy, but I approve, so don't leave just yet. Now, see, if you say parallel dimension, that kind of works. Kind of works. The moment you start saying, you know, if there's time travel shenanigans, that ain't it. Ever since 1.0, one of the things that always bothered me was Himeko's character stories. They all have statements describing her. The girl is lost. She can't remember when she became lost. Himeko has a suitcase. Himeko's memory is very good. It's as if they were describing her existence. Her first story suggests that she was lost on Planarcadia's moon, which is how she first found the crashed Astral Express and repaired it. All of her other character stories focus on how precious her memories are to herself, and that she will eventually have to say goodbye to everyone she ever meets. Not once do any of her stories mention her time in the academy or her home. Yet in Planarcadia, she claims to be an alumna of the academy. You'll even find her statue in the academy, perhaps to remember her death. Dolly pretends to ignore Himeko's death, yet the Dean, Ryusuke, doesn't. Actually, when I first embarked on interstellar travel, my teacher once asked me, Dolly, do you believe there are exactly 2 identical leaves in this world? The first time I crossed through a black hole, I caught a glimpse of the possibility of multiple parallel universes. If time doesn't flow in a straight line, I once encountered another version of myself identical in every way. Her eyes were tender yet sorrowful, as if she'd been through it all, but she refused to breathe a word of it to me. Himeko's profile states that her major was interstellar travel dynamics. But if you check the class schedule, it's all basic sciences. Additionally, Himeko having a major itself means she studied in a university. Why is it that Graphia Academy is just a simple high school?
This school lobby. It looks exactly like what I've seen in animations.
You cannot graduate from a high school and learn to repair the Astral Express. Oh, hey, buddy, I mean, we're talking, look, hey, hold on now. We're talking about places that deal with fucking space travel. I'm sure the curriculum has changed from what we know in high school. I would hope so, God damn it. I would hope that by the time we're traveling through space, they have finally fixed school curriculum. Because if they haven't, we're chalked. Himeko also weirdly refers to Miss Dolly as a friend instead of her teacher. While Miss Dolly was casually standing on top of astrodynamics equations. Oh, fuck. I didn't know this. I didn't look at these. Interesting. Why does an imagenesis teacher know about space travel which isn't even taught in the school? Well, see, but that's what I mean. I mean, they got some crazy teachings. Dude, they have, hold on, they have multiple teachings about that other class that everybody's sleeping in. The one I said with the additive and multiplicative theory there. Additionally, the Astral Express doesn't even use any kind of this knowledge.
Something that's true to its name. Take a ride on the Astral Express. Funny thing is, it's literally a train. You know, can't find a single trace of astronautical engineering on it.
See, I think this line too. I think this is one of the first times I was like, wait a minute. Actually, no. Honestly, the first time I thought about it is when I saw the bullet train. And so I was like, huh. Maybe the Astral Express could be Imaginate too. I mean, the problem with it, I think they're hinting towards it too much to where it's like, oh yeah, that's kind of cool. That'd be cool, right? Haha, the Astral Express is Imaginate, and it's all powered by the thoughts of the IPC, you know, making this a real thing 15 years ago, and then we make a whole anime about it, yada, 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 and that's how the Astral Express roams the world, right? Seems simple. Seems very, you know, just there. But we all know it's deeper than that. It can't be that simple. Himeko was also quite bossy back in her days.
I may not know much about her time on the Express, but that does sound just like the bossy vibe she had back in school.
I was taller than my peers, and happened to be training in martial arts. To stand up for my juniors, I would occasionally get into scraps with the thugs on the streets.
Been there. But now she's changed so much that it's hard for them to recognize her.
It really is you, Senior. You look so different. We almost didn't recognize you. Still, that dashing aura of yours simply can't be obscured.
Seems like the Himeko of the Astral Express is from a parallel timeline and is as real as anyone else. Sparkle and Sparxie's story during 4.0 also focuses on duplicate existences. We never get a confirmation of exactly who the real one is until the end.
Who's the mask and who's the original? Shouldn't that be decided by the one left standing?
Turns out that the two had always been working together from the start.
Wasn't it your idea in the first place? Come on, Sparkle. Time to end this little charade. No show is complete without a curtain call. Shall we become one at last? Ladies and gentlemen.
No way my camera cut out right now. Dude, I'm gonna fucking lose it with this goddamn camera. I tell ya, I'm gonna... Maybe I should end up buying that charger. Stupid. No, instead I'm charging to the side Like, I don't have a goddamn plug for this thing. Oh, I went blue for a second. All right, hold on, back up.
Shouldn't that be decided by the one left standing? Wasn't it your idea in the first place? Come on, Sparkle. Time to end this little charade. No show is complete without a curtain call. Shall we become one at last? Ladies and gentlemen, are you having fun?
Perhaps it was always Sparkle's plan to teach us about the parallel dimension of Planarcadia. See, that's what I thought too. That's what I thought too. But I feel like it also could have been an experiment for herself and a way for us to experiment if the cancellation method would work. Because, like, why would she just teach us? Like, I mean, yeah, it could have been a teaching method, but then it'd be like, oh, she was just the tutorial for the rest of the quest. Like, I feel like it has to play more of a role than that. Because I feel like this idea is going to be the other parts of 4.0, but on a grander scale. With obviously your twists and turns, of course, right? But at its core, I feel like we're talking about destabilization of the world because of exponential growth of the Imagine, essentially. And we're going to have to find a way to stabilize it. Pretty much. Just like we did here. I don't know. In the distant past, when the Antimatter Legion attacked the Star Zone, an artist managed to save the world by capturing it within a painting scroll. Graphia. It is only when the IPC arrived and used Punklordian ether editing that the world within the paintings was brought into reality, which is Planarcadia. If you open the map, you'll notice that Planarcadia has two different sides. One with glee and the other with gloom. Its existence is similar to how a paper has two sides. The only way you can go through go to the other side is by passing through the paper. This is the reason why Evanescia, who lives in the courtyard, has to use paper/paintings to come into the real world. Yeah, that makes sense. And it's also the reason why we had to go through the reflection in order to get into the tavern. Because that's also in the... God, I keep forgetting which is which. Okay, gloom, because happy is where the moon is. Happy is where the fun moon is. Okay, she is in the gloom as well as the tavern, which is why we have to go to the reflection in order to get into the tavern in gloom. She has to go through the paper in order to reach us, which is why the Phantasm Courtyard is most likely the border or the curtain, essentially, to the play. The play is the glee. The play is glee. But the gloom is in the painting. Which, I mean, that just forms a problem in itself. She's still in the canvas. She's still in the canvas. She's still in the world and canvas that Graphia made. That's why Pearl used the painting in a room to take Himeko and Welt to the courtyard.
This way, yes.
Oh yeah, this is where she says it, right? Is it when they walk through?
A place in the world in canvas.
Yep.
Called the Phantasmoon Courtyard.
Still in the canvas, and this is This is the entire reason why the Phantom Moon games, which should start every 30 to 50 years, started in just 15 years after the last game. No way. He's going to say the same thing that fucking Nova said, right? He's not going to say the same thing that Nova said, right?
After 15 years, now that the Phantom Moon of Elation is full again, the Phantom Moon Games will begin as scheduled.
The parallel dimension of Planarcadia has a parallel timeline. 15 years passing in both of the timelines makes it 30 years in total. Yo, buddy. You were able to point out these formulas on the ground, right? Why does this is just too, this is out of nowhere math. I mean, yes, congrats, 15 plus 15 equals 30, but that doesn't mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. It's like too simple. It's too simple to be the conclusion. Like, also 30, we're just ignoring that it was 30 to 50 years. 30 to 50 years. What does that mean? Why would that be the case? Why would that be the case? Like I said before, and I will reiterate, I believe it is most likely because it depends on how much wish power is actually being formulated over that time. While they're inside the world of Canvas, before the IPC comes along and saves the day and pulls them out of the world in Canvas, they are accumulating their own wish power. That was taking in between 30 to 50 years. Some years, stocks were up, boom, bang, boom, happened in 30 years. Other years, people were depressed, jumping off of bridges, stocks were low, took 50 years, okay? Now what happens? IPC yoinks them out of the world in Canvas, right? Now they have people from outside of the world in Canvas. They were isolated. They were in their own bubble. They were in a pocket dimension, essentially, right? They're in a pocket, okay? Now they have people coming in. Hold on, let me finish this. And then they come in, and they're adding more wish power into different things. The IPC is accelerating this shit, man. They're boosting it. Look at how much power they put into the fluffy Astral Express thing. Look at all of the stuff they're doing. She's got 3 masks. She's juicing this shit up. So therefore, they're juicing it up. You got people who aren't even a part of Ancient Benzai Tengoku. I don't even know how to say that, but I have learned how to spell it today because I've typed it out so many goddamn times. You got so many people coming who aren't from that ancient civilization now to the planet to experience the fun of the planet, who are now forming wish power because why? Imagine can't produce other Imagine. They were restricted before in the world. If Imagine couldn't produce other Imagine, well, guess what? The only Imagine that existed were being formed from ancient Benzai and Tengoku, right? So therefore, it was only a certain amount of wish power that could be formed. But now that we have other humanoids joining Planarcadia, other humanoid forms who are able to actually create new Imagine, well, guess what? That means a fuck ton more wish power is coming into play here. And this is kind of speculation too, but this is how I believe it happens. And therefore, you get all this wish power coming into the planet, and we're accelerating the timeline of when the games occur. Think of the moon like a glass. And the moon is just getting filled up. And since we have so many more people coming here, so many more Imagine being formed, so many more things happening, that now, boom, only took 15 years for the moon to become full. That's the way I see it happening. I don't think it has anything to do with these timelines. What you want to argue, there's alternate timelines, not alternate timelines, whatever. I don't even believe the Phantom Moon games occurring have anything to do with the previous amount of years it took. Like, no 15 plus 15. It's just how quick the moon can get filled up. All right, I don't see why the 15 plus 15 couldn't have existed before. Why is it only now that the 2 add to 30? I'm trying to think of it from their perspective and what they're trying to argue, because with my idea, that doesn't even come into play. But from their perspective and what they're trying to argue, unless they're arguing that the IPC coming in and pulling them out of the world in Canvas is what made the two timelines. So the IPC is essentially the one manipulating the timelines. Like, when they pulled them out, that's when they formed the second timeline. But I don't know if that's what they're trying to say in their theories here.
This way, guests.
A place in the world in Canvas, called the Phantom Moon Courtyard.
I mean, I feel like it's what they're trying to argue, but in my mind, I see that the planes already existed. Because the painting itself in the physical realm, like if I have a oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, my monitor is part of one plane, but inside the monitor is the, well, not inside the monitor, but let's just say for the sake of the argument, inside the monitor, I'm seeing a whole world that is taking shape and forming, right? That's the way I see the painting and the world of Ancient Benzai, is that the world itself of Ancient Benzai is the game inside my monitor, while the painting itself is my monitor. So I feel like the planes already existed, and all they're doing is they're taking the world outside of that and bringing it into it. It'd be like me ripping the tree out of my monitor and setting it on my desk. Both planes are still the same, but I'm just through the form of the Punk Lordy and the Ether editing, I'm taking it out of the game. I'm taking it out of the game and setting it on my desk. But I think that they think when they pulled it out that now they're forming a whole different timeline. They're basically duplicating that world inside my monitor, inside the game, into our realm here as another whole game on this side. I don't think that's the case.
After 15 years, now that the Phantom Moon of Elation is full again, the Phantom Moon Games will begin as scheduled.
Now, don't get me wrong. If what they're saying ends up being true, which I'm not going to say it's not, you know, this is just my thought on the whole thing. They could be completely right, right? But if it is where you're ripping it out of the painting and you're forming a completely different timeline now in our physical space of that same world and laying it on top of it, does that still make sense for the 15 plus 15 equals 30? Maybe? Maybe? "15 years passing in both timelines makes it 30 years in total, which is why the games began in just half the time in 15 years. But why does the Phantom Moon count the years past in the parallel dimensions? I believe it's because the other dimension is the real timeline of Planarcadia. Timeline where Himeko died. The masked fools knew of this from the start.
Something's back there.
Key to this puzzle is the moon's reflection, quite literally.
Allow me to give you a friendly hint. Remember this well. For all supplicants who join the Phantom Moon Games, whether they look up or down, the moon that humanity gazes upon in the sky is always the same Phantom Moon.
If you visit the Phantom Moon courtyard, you will see the moon's reflection in the water. Yet there is no moon in the sky above it, right? Yeah, I found that out. I believe this reflection of the moon is the real moon of Planarcadia. I mean, define the real moon, though. Well, the one you see in the sky is just an illusion, a fake. Okay, but the thing with this is, which I guess I would have to look more into because I didn't really go that all the way there yet, is to whether they may have layered it multiple times. That might be a possibility. Where you have world and canvas, and then another layer with this. Laughing moon, yada yada. And then another layer where we're talking real life. That's a different story. But I feel like we're just talking about two planes. So if that's the case, the Phantom Moon courtyard is within the world and canvas, which is in the painting. That is in the painting. The IPC is pulling out of that painting. Which would mean that this, what we're seeing here, we're actually in real life here. You know what I mean? And so, how could that really be an illusion, a fake? I don't think that would mean this moon is fake. I just think it's not the same moon. Like, because this could be the real moon in real Planarcadia, right? Through the water, realistically, if this is working as two planes, and if we're in the world and canvas, this should be reflecting, if this is the border of the two planes, this should be reflecting the other plane, which would be the real moon. Yes, I can agree with that. But that doesn't automatically make the other one fake. Because we would just be in the Phantom Moon courtyard in the real world. What exactly does that mean? I don't know. Is it hidden away? Is this a you know, I mean, look at the Phantom Moon courtyard. I mean, it's just a circle of emptiness. It's almost like the Vortex of Genesis area. You know what I mean? I don't think it makes it fake. It's just an imaginary moon. Whoever won the last Phantom Moon games 15 years ago must have created a new parallel timeline where Himeko survived. Or that we know that the winners of the games previously wished for history to be removed. It could just be they rewrote history or deleted history of the old Himeko and the existing Himeko. I mean, that depends if our Himeko won, but like, it doesn't need to be in a parallel timeline. That could still be in our same timeline. Because we know that the people who have become Eons of Elation for 1 minute have erased the past. We know that's true. That is well, I guess we don't. But in the lore scripts that we see around, they say this multiple times. So a suspicious dolly we saw at the start might be from a parallel timeline where Himeko died. Additionally, if you go check Yao Guang's medical records in the tavern, it explains the reason for her random disappearances. Yeah, she got some displacement or something.
But fate has shifted once again. I must take my leave.
She's gone.
I don't really know what this means. I know that her medical records say it's like some temporal displacement or some shit. I don't know what that means yet. I really don't have an answer for that.
Has she vanished into thin air like this before?
Yes. I don't know the details myself. With Madame Yao, it often happens and no one knows when she'll return.
Like, I don't understand even...
She doesn't do it on purpose.
I don't understand why it happens to her. I mean, it says celestial subspecies, but I don't know why it's just happening to her. Like, even with her abilities, like, why just her? You know what I mean? I feel like it has to do with... It's a similar situation to what we see in the hospital bed, where we're able to be in two places seemingly at once, but it's strictly from a perspective standpoint. It's not different places in... It's not different points on the timeline. It's just two different points in space at the same time. She's had this disease for 30 years. Ever since she arrived in Planarcadia, the frequency has increased. Yeah, so like, I don't know why... It's called quantum superposition. Perhaps Planarcadia's situation is the same, and the whole world might be in a quantum superposition of two timelines. Okay, hold on. Okay. Perhaps this is why we can find ghosts in this world. Which might be the dead superimposed from the alternate timeline. No, I don't think so. I don't think their real form exists on the other plane. This could be how Yao Guang only sees a bad future for everyone in Planarcadia.
Since the day I arrived on this world, every person I've seen bore a crimson woe sign above their head, without exception. Within days at most, a catastrophic disaster will befall this place.
I think this is because the of that other formula, the Euler formula that I pulled up earlier. I think we're going to break the things are going to start to multiply and break. Bad things are going to we're going to get too much multiplicative exponential growth here. These imaginary are going to grow crazy, which is why at the end of the quest, Evanescence says, oh my god, all the masks are already here. Things are going too fast. The IPC, through the things that they're doing, they are making things go way too fast. And the world cannot sustain that amount of growth that fast. It cannot sustain that much wish power. So I think with that much wish power, we're going to see kind of what happened with Sparxie grow even further. And not just in a mimetic virus form. We're going to see it happen, but something that can't really be overwritten because we're actually breaking. Like, we stopped Sparxie before it could spiral out of control. We canceled her out through the wave. We canceled her out. And we also canceled out Sparxie by bringing Sparkle in to merge back with her, just forming one being. Look at what we do with our little Furbo guy in the interplanar jump things. What do? Once we touch them, it disappears, one remains. It's the same thing with Sparxie and Sparkle. We were able to cancel her out before things spiraled out of control. However, Wish Power is going to continue. We're basically on the edge of it right now, and things are actually going to start to spiral out of control. That's why Vanessa said, spiraling into the abyss. And we can assume that a bunch of these things here are Imagine. I mean, Jesus Christ, I feel like everything we talk to is an Imagine. And if everything is an Imagine, formed off of Wish Power, once Wish Power starts to spiral out of control, things just start to fucking die. Like, they're just going to end up distorting way too much. I feel like we're going to get, like, distorted beings. You know what I mean? Like these ducks, these plues walking around are actually going to form into giant, like, mechanical ducks. We're going to get, like, a Mechatron merged with a duck. You know what I'm talking about? We're going to get, like, a purple and green tie-dye orc type shit. Like, these things are going to start having multiple beliefs in them, and things are just going to really start to get out of control. It's because he's reading the fate from those from alternative timelines superimposed on the current timeline. They lie on the same map. Yeah, they're superimposed in a way, but I don't think it's in the way that this is saying here. I think their fate is simply because of the fact that this is going to grow out of control. Literally spiral out of control. The fundamental part of quantum superposition is that there needs to be an observer. Well, I said this earlier. Evanesca, to anchor the state of the thing which is in superposition. Or Evanescia. I believe that in Planarcadia, the observer is Evanescia. Without her, the two timelines will intersect and cause chaos. This is why I believe she has to be an emanator to perform such a task. Well, I don't know. I didn't think that far. I don't know. Her ability to hide from Pearl and creating a supplicant mask for us are other reasons for it.
I can lend you a little power, but an equal price is required. Otherwise, it would violate the rules.
However, the existence of a superimposed timeline breaks the causality of this world. Whatever happened 15 years ago when the Astral Express crashed in Planarcadia, I thought this earlier too. Not true. The Astral Express launched 15 years ago from Planarcadia. But it is said in the Planarcadia, on a Planarcadia databank, that the Astral Express crashed and then years later launched from Planarcadia, meaning that the Astral Express had to have crashed before 15 years ago. He's now trying to restore the causality since the Express has returned. Hold on, I gotta go back because now I cut in myself. Also, the existence of a superimposed timeline breaks the causality of this world. It's not the existence of it. It's if they intersect. That's what breaks the causality of the world. Because realistically, it's not as though both need to exist for it to exist, but they are able to exist on each other. Hence the art being the additive world, and the world inside the art being the multiplicative world. So they can exist. But the only way to get it out of the world is to distort it and then pull it out. That's what that thing that board says in Graphia Academy. And that's done through ether editing, which the IPC learned from Punklord. Oh, it's when they intersect that it becomes a problem. is now trying to restore the causality since the Express has returned.
There's nothing we can do about it. In the river of time, if cause and effect can be kept apart for long, they're bound to have a terrifying reunion.
Here's why we see the Express falling at the start, as that is what happened 15 years ago. The universe/fate will try to restore things to how they should have been to fix causality. What do you mean by that? I agree with what he's saying here. Because I believe he's right. Universe of Fate will try to restore things to how they should have been to fix causality. But it's happening naturally in the world because that's what's stabilizing the planet. Like, that's what's stabilizing Planarcadia. That's like our instinct to close the curtain is the stabilization of the world. The door existing and us seeing ourselves on the other side of the curtain is the world stabilizing itself to form a causality loop. So what he's saying is right here to this extent. But the alternate timelines is where it gets tricky. Is where I think he falls off. It's where it gets a little loose here. Also, I think he's saying, I'm sorry, I keep rewinding this part because it's...
In the river of time, if cause and effect can be kept apart for long, they're bound to have a terrifying reunion.
Also, I had another thing. The reason I thought this was what happened 15 years ago, which, I mean, that's just... That we can pull up. I mean, I might as well pull it up. Right here. Once upon a time, the Astral Express crashed on the shores of Ahatopia, then entered the painting along with the world, with the reasons and details of its crash lost to history. But years later, the abandoned Astral Express was repaired and set sail once more. Meaning, and since we know that the Astral Express took off 15 years ago, it means that it had to have crashed more than 15 years ago. But the reason I also was saying I thought it crashed 15 years ago is because there's a piece of a article that says they saw a, where is it? It's urban legend something. Urban legend, fuck, hold on. Urban legend vanishing giant. And it's 15 years ago, Supplicants chose to harvest Fira's wish power during Phantasmoon Games. A herald of death, he transformed into cosmetic pain. Okay, yeah, we know all that. No one knows who ultimately emerged victorious in the audience with Aha. As a result, numerous urban legends quietly took root. Okay, where is it? Oh, according to survivors' accounts, just before the IPC's suppression forces arrived, they witnessed an intense beam of light appear in the sky, followed by a tremendous roar, almost a howl or mechanical rumbling coming from its direction, accompanied by spatial distortions. Hearing this, I'm like, holy fuck, that's the Express. Like, it sounds like the Express. Then, a gigantic arm descended from above, crashing down heavily toward where the Herald of Death was located. After intense ground tremors, a massive wish power surged, causing numerous electronic devices in the area to shut down, and the giant vanished without a trace. So I'm like, wait a minute, this sounds like it could have been the Express. Like, you could easily see the Express being mistaken as an arm, right? A mechanical arm. Light appeared in the sky, front of the Astral Express. Boom, light. I mean, look at this right here. Tell me you wouldn't mistake this for an arm if you're looking at this from a distance while watching it plummet onto the Herald of Death. Like, come on, bro. Of course that's mistakable for that, right? And it's like, what was the arm exactly? What was it what defeated the Herald of Death? But I looked more into it, and I'm like, wait a minute, but the crash happened more than 15 years ago, so it couldn't have been, right? But when you learn that the people who have been becoming eons have been erasing history, you realize that maybe history just got overwritten somewhere. Could have been the IPC not wanting people to know. And they wrote that it did crash more than 15 years ago, but maybe it crashed and got repaired all in the same year. So that's why certain things that could have been altered by history, I kind of, at that point, I was like, I'm not going to go too deep into certain things regarding specific events that could have been altered by history, and I just want to understand the core fundamentals of the world, the architecture behind the world, so that way we can understand why things are being faked, lied about, reimagined, changed history. But I think it was the last line here. However, conspiracy theorists argue that the IPC deliberately created this rumor, making the conservative people of Planarcadia accept a completely new image, and by manufacturing mass-produced imaginary for them, laid foundation for further exploiting the value of Planarcadia. Talking about they kind of changed the idea of what the arm was, made it look like a giant, or fabricated that it was a giant's arm, which then spawned the Mechatron, and they were able to capitalize off of that. When in reality, maybe people, however long ago, if it was also 15 years ago, actually saw a train car, but they ended up changing history and lying about it. Who's to say that's the only thing they lied about? You know what I mean? So that's one of those things where that's all up in the air. They could change that at any time, realistically. The writers can change certain timelines here. So I think at this point, understanding the core fundamentals of the world is what's going to actually help us, not the specific events. Because the specific events can have their timelines changed. The faceless universe will try to restore things to how they should have been to fix causality. Okay. This is probably why the Herald of Death has returned despite his execution by IPC 5 years ago. So here's the other thing with that too. Hold on, I'm going off now. I'm rolling now. Okay, hold on, because that thing I just had up, right? The urban legend, right? Obviously it says, God damn it, dude, stay. Wait, is this the right one? Yeah, Vanished Giant. Was it what defeated the Herald of Death? You know, something crashed, a gigantic arm descended, crashing down heavily toward where the Herald of Death was located. It doesn't necessarily say that the Herald of Death was defeated, but it certainly makes it sound like the Herald of Death was defeated by this big crashing object, arm, whatever it was, you know, 15 years ago. But how can he have been defeated by that and executed by the IPC 5 years ago? You know, if certain people are seeing this arm crash down where he was, I just found that a little interesting because it's making it seem like he died twice, which makes it really question, oh, well, did he actually get executed 5 years ago? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not.
These stylized handprints. We both know what they mean. The Herald of Death is back.
You know what they should have done here, though? Real detective work, Asheville, and honestly, we needed a narrator for right here, bro. We should have just, like, checked the fingerprints. Because, like, if we had the fingerprints, we would know if it's the same guy or not. Maybe. Honestly, I can't even say that's true, bro. Fucking imagine, who the hell knows? Who the hell knows?
Your suspicion isn't without merit. but that guy was executed 5 years ago.
Was he, though?
Who witnessed it? Was the execution broadcast to the public? Who can prove he's dead? Who's to say you didn't let him out to rig this entire game?
I agree. I agree.
You've heard the rule, haven't you? No one can enter the Phantasmoon games twice.
That too. This plays into the whole, we have clones in the Graphia Academy. This line doesn't necessarily have to hold true. The deaths we saw might be a consequence of the timeline from 1985, whose Herald of Death has just started his kills. Wait, what? Consequence of the timeline from 1985, whose Herald of Death has just started his kills. Wait, so he thinks that this is actually a bleed over from the 1985 Herald of Death? Am I understanding what he's saying here correctly? So he killed people in both timelines? Is that what he's saying here? Because Scott, my boy, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. I kind of don't agree. But I don't know if I'm understanding exactly what he's saying here correctly either. It also might be the reason why this specific mask appeared. Yeah, this is some type of red herring here. Yeah, I said the same thing. I said, oh, it might be Evanesia's mask. But don't forget that Evanesia is a special observer of the game, so she cannot participate. I don't know if it's for that reason. I mean, honestly, this is part of the point. What I mean, like, I don't care what they say. Like, I'll believe it once they actually, like, prove that that mask is held by somebody else. At this point, I believe it still could possibly be her mask. I don't believe just because she's a special observer of the games doesn't mean she can't participate. Low key. I mean, yeah, it's probable, but there's still a chance that I feel like it could be hers. But there's also a story about a black bunny. Oh, fuck, where is it? Oh. Or how the moon lulls came to be. Oh, hold on. I don't know if this is relevant. Hold on. You might be wondering about the GIF I enclosed with this letter. Rest assured that's the legendary countenance of our ancestor, the Black Divine Rabbit, as depicted in the tales of us Moonlow folks. You are one of the nameless, so I'm certain you must know our great progenitor. I hope one day I can represent the Moonlow people and have the honor of an audience with our progenitor. Not now, though. I'm absolutely not ready yet. I'm just humbly expressing the presumptuous wish of mine. In any case, please don't tell the great progenitor about this yet, pretty please. I don't really know what this meant, but part of me felt like it had to deal with, you know, Evanesia. That wasn't exactly what I was looking for either. Whatever. Continue. Which means this mask belongs to someone else. Someone who shares the same colors as the mask and is frequently shown as a fox. I believe this is Himeko's mask. I said Himmeko's. Himeko's mask, who's now a supplicant in the games. No. Himeko's red. This is pink. Considering our mask looks just like this, Himeko's would reflect way more like her. I mean, and also that's assuming that every mask has to look like the wearer too. I mean, it just so happens that the other ones did, but there's, I guess, a % chance that it doesn't have to exactly match what they look like, right? But if it does, then this, I feel like this looks nothing like Himeko. Like, Himeko does not come to mind when I look at this mask, low-key. But I don't know who would be wearing a fucking Cthulhu mask either, a knockoff Cthulhu mask. Like, I feel like that's Bloody Blue. I feel like that's our Herald of Death, but I don't know. Like, you're gonna tell me he looks like goddamn knockoff Cthulhu? Like, I don't know if that's true. I believe, yeah, okay. However, this is not the Himeko we know, but the one who died in the past. She should be 15 years younger from the same timeline as the Herald of Death who returned. Which means we will meet Himeko from 15 years ago during these games. Who will be killed by the Herald of Death. I don't think so. No fucking shot. No, I don't think so at all. I don't think so at all. I think just because we have two different stories being told, I don't think we're going to see the spawn of a different Himeko. I mean, we could, but that would be, one, it'd just be way too close to Sparxie Sparkle story that we just went through, which would be kind of boring. And two, I don't think there's the wish power to bring back another Himeko. Like, what's gonna actually spawn another Himeko? Nothing. Like, nobody cares about a dead girl. One guy isn't gonna be enough. And I feel like that's the only way that another Himeko could come into play here. I don't think we're going to go... like, because I said, this room here, this isn't 15 years ago. This room is not 15 years ago. This room is a museum room. I don't know if I said it in Kat's video or the other video. This room is like walking into a museum with actors playing as though they're from 15 years ago. We're not walking into a space that's 15 years ago. I don't believe that's what's happening here. This is a set. It's a movie set. When we talk to that girl, we see the date on the chalkboard. It's all just a set, an imagine set, because the Herald of Death had such an impact on the world that people believed in it. I mean, it's real. It did happen, but people well, we assume it happened, right? But it's left such a lasting impression on the people of the world that an imagine of that classroom has formed. So it's in the current timeline, but it acts as though it's from 15 years ago. Does that make sense? That's how I see it. So, I guess what he's, in that case, to correct myself, I guess what he's saying here is true. Maybe all of the people from that timeline form as imagine of that time. That's all right. I'll correct myself there. That could be true. We could see a Himeko from that timeline as an imagine incorporated into this room as the playthrough of the Herald of Death plays out. That might be possible. But at the end of the day, I think it's just going to be an imagine of that museum, of that set. Because I don't think our Himeko necessarily has anything to do. It wouldn't be a duplicate. I don't think. In my opinion. At most, I think that our Himeko potentially won the games and is using the name and erased a Himeko of the past. I don't know though about that. I'm not fully there yet. I don't know exactly how that's going to play out, but I don't think our Himeko is a duplication of the other Himeko that died. If there is a true Himeko that died, we can't act like there's 100% another Himeko that died. That other guy could have been lying. I mean, well, when you interact with the bust, it does say that that is a different Himeko as well. But it says that, oh, I have to remember that this Himeko is different from our Himeko. Like, this could just be identity fraud. Our Himeko could just be identity fraud. I don't know. I really don't know. If we try to stop her death, the causality will instead kill the Himeko. Okay, this. I could say no, I don't think so. Because we're not going to be able to stop her death. This is a set. This is a set. It's an imagine. The whole set is an imagine. This isn't time travel. We're not time traveling. This is not a time travel scenario. This is not a time travel scenario. Since two Himekos with the same ego cannot exist in the universe. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I don't think they have the same ego. Yeah, they don't have the same ego. What will you do? Save the Himeko of 15 years ago who doesn't know you? Or save the one you've traveled with so far whose causality is unstable? No. If we don't find a solution, Himeko will stay dead. The express will never be repaired. Yeah, I mean, this I don't even think is where we're heading. As such, we won't exist in the present. Yeah, I don't think this matters at all. Honkai Star Rail sponsor? Oh, fuck. You know what? I might be completely wrong then. He might be completely right. He got a Honkai Star Rail sponsor? Shit. No, I still don't think I'm wrong. I don't think so. I disagree. I disagree with the ending. I disagree with the ending. The Himeko situation is very confusing because we really don't know exactly where it could land in multiple different ways. But I'm still pretty positive that at the end of the day, we're still not we're not talking duplicate Himekos. Now we might be talking duplicate or like alternate histories. But if we're talking alternate histories, like let's say Ryu is the real dad, right? And Himeko is a real Himeko. And they both remember the history differently because let's say somebody else won the games, right? And they changed the past for Himeko and said that she didn't die, right? And then Himeko survives. But then Ryo was off planet. He didn't get affected by the let's say that I don't know if that would actually happen. Let's just say he doesn't remember things the same way as other people do. You know, he still believes his daughter's dead, but history got changed and you know, she didn't actually die. So there's different histories there. Well, two histories can't exist to form the same or to like because it'll clash with each other, right? So then what happens? Well, then fate / the universe, like you said earlier, would find a way to stabilize itself. So there might be another pathway that we end up leading down to complete the causality loop there, similar to how we do when it comes to, again, the hospital bed. The hospital bed, we're on the hospital bed, but we're also on the floor because there's a door that exists in the world that we can actually go through and end up being in that same place in time through that door. The fact that that door exists allows for causality to complete the loop. But doesn't matter if we go through the door or not, because if we don't go through the door, well then that clone just ends up disappearing. It doesn't matter. But if the point is the door is there, so that way it can be explained. It is open for possibility for us to go through that door and complete that loop, which loops back to Evanessia acting as the observer, That's basically, you know, the curtain is just that, a theater curtain. A theater curtain. If we were to touch our alternate being, one of us would disappear. I don't really know what would happen there, like whether the clone takes over or we take, like probably us, because whatever we use to open the door, because that's our real person, and the clone is just it's not like an Imagine, but it's a formation of the fundamentals of Planarcadia and how Planarcadia works to form that clone to complete the causality loop. So it's not like the regular laws of the universe. This is how I understand it. And it's still kind of confusing to me, because I'm not 100%. But, as far as Himeko, if two histories are being told about the same being, that can't necessarily happen. So, I believe the one we have to figure out a way to cancel one out, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to kill. If we don't kill a different Himeko, that our Himeko dies, or that we have to pick one or the other. It could just be where, you know, there's going to be a solution where the histories can both exist, but both don't have to be true. It's a confusing planet, bro. It's a confusing ass planet. It's a confusing ass planet. Hold on, let me look something up. Oh, let me finish it. Hold on. Oh, it was the end. It was the end. It was the end. It was the end. I got to the end. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. The Himeko thing is confusing. But the causality... Hold on, I had... Oops. I had something for Himeko. I just have to find it. Hold on. Is this it? Hold on. The planet is crazy. Oh. Trying to find the thing I had on Himeko. I had so many notes. Let me go. Like, I have a note that says the world creates a situation where Himeko died and is alive in order to stabilize. But I feel like that's not good enough of an explanation. It's just what I have as a note. But I'm also trying to, like, fit it into what he said. I don't know. Ah, man. I can't find the piece. I can't find the... I was looking for the lore book that, explains something else in regards to this. I mean, based on the other thing I had... Like, if we try to stop her death, the causality will instead kill the Himeko we've known so far. Like, I guess that's just the way he has it written here, because I do think it's only one Himeko can exist, right? But it all depends on how this other Himeko comes into play. Like, because the way I see her coming into play is as a form of the Imagine that is this museum set, pretty much. I don't even want to say museum set, but this set that showcases what happened 15 years ago with the Herald of Death, right? So if the Imagine is essentially just that entire set with the people included, then seeing that Himeko doesn't matter, because the Imagine isn't just the old Himeko. The Imagine is the entire set, and our Himeko is a piece, or the old Himeko is a piece of that set. So therefore, trying to stop her death wouldn't even make sense, because you're not, like, you're interacting with the entire Imagine, not just, or you would think you're interacting with just that old Himeko, but you're actually interacting with that entire Imagine of a set, which doesn't, like, that wouldn't really do anything, I don't think. And it also wouldn't play a role in our Himeko, because it's not the same thing. It's not the same being, right? Now, following that up, if the father has a history of Himeko, and we have a history of Himeko, and if the daughter, or if the father did find enough wish power to actually form that Imagine of a different Himeko, then you would have a problem. Because then we would be talking about a Himeko, okay, but this is... You may have a problem. I'm not sure how it works if we have a Himeko that's actually real, like a humanoid, and a Himeko that's an Imagine. Sparxie Sparkle is a different story. But then again, she isn't, bruh. It is the same thing. I'm thinking out loud, because there are things I'm not 100% sure on. If our Himeko is real, and that's the Himeko we know, that's the history of our Himeko. That's a history that people know Himeko as. But if the father found a way to form enough wish power to spawn another Himeko that is close enough in terms of our Himeko, then both of them shouldn't be able to exist at the same time. And one would have to cancel the other one out. But we wouldn't be trying to save that other Himeko's life. That Himeko would be a imagine of the father. So we would, by default, choose our Himeko because we're not trying to save that one from getting killed. I don't think, like I said, this is where it gets all tricky because it's like, who really knows what actually happened back then anyways? Like, history could have been rewritten. This could be the real Himeko. This dad could be an imagine. This dad could have also died. There could have, how many people didn't have 2 Sarahs in their class? I mean, fuck, man. I know you have the bust, which says that, yes, it's a different Himeko, but Welt looks at it and knows it's 2 different Himekos. So Welt knows there's 2 different Himekos. If he already knows there's 2 different Himekos, then they shouldn't share the same aura to need to cancel each other out. This would be Himeko playing as an imposter. It's either that or the real Himeko did die. Another option is the real Himeko did die. This is actually an imagine Himeko who formed from that Himeko with a different history, perhaps, a different memory, perhaps, and set off on the Astral Express. The dad comes back and sees that, hey, wait, Himeko, what the hell? You died. And then the dad is like, wait, my daughter's alive. But that's not actually his daughter, so he ends up accidentally spawning another imagine of his daughter. Then you have 2 imagine going head-to-head, trying to form the real Himeko. Or trying to maintain Himeko. See, this is what I mean. There's multiple ways this could go. It really all depends on what actually happened in the past. And knowing, like, whether this is an imagine Himeko formed of fake memories after the real Himeko's death, whether this is an actual real humanoid. This could be obviously a humanoid, what we've always thought it was, a human, you know? And then would have to fight a fake imagine formed by the father to exist. Possible. Or we see a past Himeko who doesn't really exist in the form of just Himeko, but only as a museum or as a set piece in the imagine of the entire set of the Herald of Death. I think those are the options. Or the dad's just straight up lying. Imagine they need wish power to remain in existence, so someone or something keeps the scene in the classroom alive on purpose, which could be the father because of grief or the herald to return in both cases. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the classroom is an imagine itself. And if the if the classroom is an imagine itself, then the Himeko inside that classroom wouldn't be a Himeko that competes with our Himeko for existence. It would just be a piece of that imagine. It'd be like a finger on the ghost. You know what I mean? And we're not competing to save the finger of a ghost for existence. Like, if the whole set piece if the whole classroom is an imagine, then Himeko is just the finger, is what I'm saying. And that wouldn't matter in the competition of fighting for the real Himeko. But the dad, I feel like, through his history, could spawn another Himeko that could end up wanting to fight our Himeko. So that's what I mean. There's multiple options here. And it really comes down to what's real and what's fake. And we just don't know. We just do not know. There's multiple options the way this could go. So I guess, like, I can't correct myself again to say that we could be fighting to save our Himeko. but it would be obvious we're saving our Himeko. I don't think it would be a dilemma to save our Himeko. Because the only way the other Himeko spawns is as a wish of the dad. Yeah, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. So, yeah, I think, yeah, it's this that's actually not right. We wouldn't want to stop her death at all. We would know. We should know. That's my prediction. We would know. We might have to fight for Himeko, but we'll just be fighting a different, or she'll be canceling out a different Imagine. And also, for that, I find it hard to believe that another Himeko Imagine will even find the ability to spawn just from one dad's wish. Like, that's just a reach. So I don't even think we'll encounter another Himeko from that. I say at most, the only Himeko we encounter is the one that exists inside the Imagine of the classroom, which is just a piece of the entire Imagine. That's where I'm at. Yeah, I know. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but I'm also working through my thoughts at the same time. So whatever. It's tricky, man. This shit's tricky, bro. New planet, bro. There's a lot of lore to go through. There's a lot of things to understand, and the important part is understanding the fundamentals. Understand the fundamentals, because the history is not set in stone. The history is not set in stone at all, brother. Where the fuck is my other drink? I thought I brought down a Sprite. Did I not bring down a Sprite? God damn it, bro. Oh. Yeah, we'll see. All right, I mean, Cat, yeah. I mean, that's solid. Solid theory. Solid theory, man. Like I said, my biggest gripe is I don't think it's timelines. It's different. It's two planes on top of each other. I agree with your kind of how'd you explain it? Quantum superposition. I didn't get from there. I didn't go the whole quantum route. But two planes on top of each other with different rule sets. That's the way I see it, man. That's the way I see it. That is the way I see it, brother. We're not dealing with more timeline shit, brother. We are not jumping timelines again. We're not doing it. All right. We got one other one. Two other ones, maybe. Let's see. Let's continue the Himeko line of three. Let's continue. I said, you know, the problem is, like, Himeko is one of the biggest points. Like, there's plenty of other things where the history changes, but learning about Himeko is just fun, right? Like, this is the fun theorizing part, right? Even though the history may be completely chalked, history may be, you know, completely false all around. Maybe the Herald of Death didn't even exist. I mean, that's literally where we could be at. Because they literally say the history could just be erased. I mean, let's be real. People may have never even died in the first place, okay? But that's fine. We can experiment with Himeko. Dawit, my boy, let's see what you think. Because I just went off on a fucking rant about Himeko. So let's see. What did Dawit think? Did Himeko die 15 years ago?
Folks, in what was quite possibly the creepiest and most disturbing segments I personally have ever witnessed in a Hoyo game, we learned there is a distinct possibility that the person we've come to know as Himeko over the last couple of years isn't Himeko.
No way he's got that ugly ass hat on, bro. Out of all the things he could wear, he puts on that ugly ass hat.
What do I mean? 15 years ago, during the last Phantom Moon Games, in which Himeko was one of the 8 supplicants, a supplicant known as the Herald of Death in a bid to gain wish power, walked into her school, Graphia Academy, and slaughtered the students.
July 22nd, year 1984 of the Arcadian calendar. A supplicant, harboring immense malice, stepped into Graphia Academy. He slaughtered 22 students who had stayed behind after school. Then went on to Dovebrook District, where 146 innocent civilians were either killed or wounded.
At the end of the quest, a man claiming to be Himeko's father, Ryusuke, states his daughter died during that massacre, whilst Himeko, stating her father was scarcely around, questions who the man in front of her is.
One of the victims was my very own daughter. Upon my return, I stood before the grave where she was laid to rest. Her name was Himeko.
Our character's so goddamn ugly for doing that, bro. Who are you?
Forgive me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ryusuke. Current Dean of Graphia Academy.
Also, huge question here, right? And maybe he'll bring it up. But the goddamn dragon on the wall claims that it is the Dean of Graphia Academy. So, this guy comes out of nowhere while we're in the scene from like, although is this I forget if this is like, we go through the scene and it looks like 15 years ago at some point, but is this also still considered the 15-year ago point? Is the date on the wall in this one? Fuck, I can't see. Hold on. Oh, yeah. No, 22/7/84. Okay, yeah. Okay, so this is still the 15-year ago classroom. And this guy came out of nowhere in the 15-year ago classroom, right? And says he's the current dean in 84. So if I'm right by saying that this is just an imaginary, that means he would have been the dean 15 years ago. Right, but it's not as though he's walking in 1999 Graphia Academy and saying he's the current dean, right? I mean, he could be because we're there. We're there. He could be, but he's nowhere to be seen else around Graphia Academy. Like, you can't find him anywhere else. Why can't I find him anywhere else? So when he says he's the current dean, my point is, when he says he's the current dean, is he saying he's a current dean 84 Graphia Academy? Holy fuck, wait, is that the twist? Is that where we've been misinterpreting? And he's not the 99 dean.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ryusuke, the current dean of Graphia Academy. So, this lady who bears her name, who exactly are you?
Because he would see this person. Hold on, does he ever... Hold on, I'm sorry.
During that massacre of her is.
Oh no,
Upon my
that doesn't make
return,
sense.
I stood before the grave where she was laid to rest.
I don't know.
Her name
That's a good point. Ryu means dragon, so it most likely is an imaginary made in his image, Planarcadia style.
was Himeko.
Right, so like the dragon is the current dean. In 99.
Forgive me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ryusuke, the current dean of Graphia Academy. So, this lady who bears her name, who exactly are you?
"15 years ago, when I made up my mind to join this Phantom Moon Games, my father wasn't with me, even as I fought for my life against the Herald of Death. My father was still off somewhere, wandering the cosmos. Strictly speaking, ever since I can remember, his presence in my life has been as thin as the air in space. So, I would ask you, who bears his name? Who exactly are you?"
It ends right there, I know that. But he did just say when he... Oh. But how could he be the dean, but then also be traversing through space at the same time? Like, that doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? So it's the history problem, dude. It's like a lot of this just doesn't line up and doesn't make sense. If he's supposed to be the dean, how can he be the dean of the school when you're out traveling? So that automatically looks like he's lying, right? Because okay, that can't be true. But then it's like maybe Himeko's lying or doesn't understand the history because maybe she like has a different history in her mind of what this other Himeko was. If she is like pretending to have Himeko's identity, like also Pearl is said to be the dean at the moment in the present, like exactly. So I mean, it's like this could just go so many different ways.
So what's going on here? Is there
what do you
really
think?
a possibility,
What do you
even
think?
the slimmest, that the one we've come to know over all these years isn't Himeko, but an imposter? What if the answer is yes? This isn't birth Himeko, but rather an exact
I say it's a possibility.
copy of her in the form of an imagine, which are drawings brought to life by artists.
This here is a species unique to Planarcadia. An imagine, or a being born from pain.
He's probably, honestly, at the end of this video, he's just gonna say that he probably doesnn't know, and it's up to options. Because you can't be sure right now, bro. I don't think you can be sure right now at all. Too many variables.
Most notably, this is exactly what happened to Sparkle and Sparxie. Sparxie was an imagine that Sparkle made before it went rogue by accruing too much power. So is this feasible? Is this Himeko an imagine? The answer would appear to be no, given imagine exists on wish power, which is granted by the Phantom Moon, which only exists on Aha-topia. Quote, imagine are intelligent life forms driven by an internal core, fueled by the wish power of the Phantom Moon and human hearts, with bodies composed of discrete matter. Their appearance and lore are decided by the artist who drew them and the trends of the era. Putting aside the complexity of wish power as an energy source, I'll give you a brief look at what these creatures under the Phantom Moon are really like. The core is the most vital part of an imagine. In a way, researching the core is even more daunting than studying wish power. The consensus is that it functions like a massive engine, proving crucial for every action the imagine takes. It also doubles as a skeleton. Without it, the imagine's body simply cannot hold its shape. Looking at the oldest records of imagine and observations of aberrations, the local term for uncontrollable degenerated imagine, it's clear that cores can form naturally in environments rich with energy or wish power. Stray matter can aggregate into core-like objects. So given all this, while an imagine Himeko could have been
hold on now. Finish that. Hold on a second. There was something else there. because I read this. These exhibit traits similar to a Pathstrider, incorporating surrounding matter to build a body and take action. Some scholars argue this matter alone isn't enough to account for their mass, but we'll touch on that debate later. I don't believe they do touch on that debate later in this piece. But there's also other pieces of evidence that say that she still could be. Not to mention, we have the entire story of Fluffy and the Astral Express going around, formed by the IPC. I'm telling you what, it would be a hell of a plot twist to learn that the IPC is the thing keeping Himeko alive through wish power as an Imaginé. I don't think that's the case, but that would be a hell of a twist. I think that would just be too what the fuck-ish for them to do. But at the same time, that could just be what we need right now. Is it though? Is it though? But there's multiple hypotheses of different forms of Imaginé and them coming together. Which one is it? Is it... Was it the baking school one? Yeah, because this was what Graphia kind of figured out how to do. We also have to remember that Himeko is a special form, right? Himeko is supposedly a descendant of the Graphia family. Well, the Graphia family is the one, well, Graphia herself is the one who put the world of Benzai into the goddamn painting. So, for her to be able to do that, she really needs to understand the Imaginé at its core. So that Himeko may be an exception to the rule of Imaginé within the world of Planarcadia because of the family's understanding of the work. Imaginé is similar to ether editing. You know, so it's like those two together, after they came through with the ether editing, could have, you know, figured out a way to get Himeko to live beyond the world, beyond the planet of Planarcadia. I'm not saying it is that way. I'm just saying that there may be things we don't know yet that amplified Himeko's existence. I don't think it's entirely impossible for her to be an Imaginé. For many years, AHA missed that flavor dearly. The Cake of God hypothesis. The structuralist baking school claims that based on fragments of the ultra-cosmic baking compendium, the prototype of Imaginé originated from a cake baked by AHA when they were starving while being hunted by other eons during the Swarm disaster. They used debris from a divine battle, presumably biomatter left behind when the propagation and other eon pulled each other's hair, as eggs, sugar stolen from the World's End. By the way, there is a World's End, tavern, cafe, as seasoning. And finally plucked a leaf from Yoshi to replace flour, creating the perfect cake of God. Note, some scholars see this as proof of existence during the Swarm disaster, but the baking school generally maintains this as textual error and is dedicated to restoring the true flour. For many years after, AHA missed that flavor dearly. They sought various ingredients to recreate the universe's best cake. These materials piled up like construction materials besides Klipoth, eventually forming Planarcadia. They built a giant oven to heat the cake, a tool later known as the Phantom Moon. It is said that AHA's tears of joy fell when they successfully remade the cake of God using cup of gasoline, 2 races, and 3 limericks. In time, countless chefs gathered here to learn from AHA. Millennia later, a master baker finally recreated the cake of God using soil, ink, and stories based on the miracle. Thus did she name them Imaginé, and her name was Graphia. I just think there's multiple different ways for or different counts of how the Imaginate can come to formation. Yes, their core is the wish power, or they have a core, which is then the wish power on top of it, you know. But to limit Himeko to just Planarcadia, I don't think we need to. I think we might be able to stretch it a little bit with when it comes to Himeko. Because also, somebody made it like after like humans were formed of wish power, they made it so you can't make humans out of wish power anymore. I don't remember what piece that was in. All right, well, let's keep going.
So given all this, while an imaginary Himeko could have been created by whomever, it would appear that once it left the world of Ahatopia and was no longer under the care of the Phantom Moon, its form most likely would have dissipated when the energy ran out, so, tough to see that we could have been traveling with an Imaginate to all these different worlds. However, while this rules out the possibility that our Himeko was an Imaginate, does it rule out the possibility that Ryusuke's Himeko, the one he believes died, was an Imaginate? This could explain how two different Himekos met two different fates. Maybe during the games, Himeko made an Imaginate of herself for whatever reason. This version died in the slaughter and was buried. It seems like this could be ruled out because, quote, an Imaginate's matter dissipates so fast after death, studying their structure is a bit of a mystery. If that's
they're just gone.
How then could it have been possible that a Himeko was buried?
Yeah.
Okay, is there another mechanism by which this couldn't be Himeko? I'm gonna say no and guess this is in fact the real Himeko because of Miss Dolly, a teacher at Graphia Academy and friend of Himeko's when she was a student. Not only was she teaching at the time of the massacre, she knows Himeko like few do and is keenly aware of Himeko's regrets.
Goddamn police, man.
Well, that's just rude, isn't it? Interrupting me.
The final question. Himeko experienced the greatest regret of her life during her time at this school.
Shit, I forgot about this. That's right.
It isn't that you were wrong. Perhaps Himeko never told you. Now that I think about it, she might never bring herself to share such a burden. The thing she regretted most must be what happened 15 years ago. No, better not bring that up.
If Himeko had truly died all those years ago, surely Miss Dolly would have raised an eyebrow at being contacted by the dead. Further backing that this is the real Himeko are the ghosts of her friends who recognize Himeko despite her having grown since they last saw each other.
It really is you, Senior!
Yeah, but are they dead yet?
Different. We almost didn't recognize you. Still, that dashing aura of yours simply can't be obscured.
Well, if Himeko's side of the equation is sound and holds water, we gotta look at her father Ryusuke, who according to Himeko, not only isn't her father, but came out of the woodworks lying by making it seem as if he was somewhat close to his daughter. However, Himeko would correct this by stating not only did she partake in the Phantasm games alone, her father was more generally absentee all her life. Now sadly, this is pretty much where our investigation ends regarding Ryusuke, as we have very little to go on for this feller. All we have about him is what the loading screen tells us, which is, quote, the current dean of the Graphia Academy. He is also the current head of the Graphia family, and claims to be Himeko's father. I suppose he himself could be an Imaginate. I don't think there's anything ruling out that he could be Himeko's father, other than the fact that he thinks his daughter is dead. They both have red hair. It's gotta mean something, but what if there's something far more sinister going on here with this man? What if he has undeniable proof that Himeko died during the massacre, and it wasn't because he saw her corpse and buried her body? Listen closely to this sentence. He never buried anyone.
One of the victims was my very own daughter.
Once he returned, he stood upon the grave.
Upon my return, I stood before the grave where she was laid to rest.
What if he too was uncomfortable with the fact that his daughter could have lived? He wasn't there. He wanted to see what went on, and so he became dean of the school and recreated the exact space the massacre occurred to watch it unfold all over again and ensure his daughter truly died that day.
Someone created this space for unknown reasons, only to reenact before an eyewitness the bloodbath at Graphia Academy from the Phantasmoon games 15 years ago.
So, this is where we're at.
Yeah.
I believe this is the real Himeko. I believe this is her father. I believe he believes Himeko is dead. And I think he could have been the one to create this.
You know, that's a good point. I do believe it's a real Himeko. At the end of the day, I believe it's a real Himeko. But I also, at the same time, don't believe we can rule out with 100% certainty that she isn't an Imaginée. Little sussy is my point. Little sussy. Like 99% sure, but there's a 1% chance, right? At this point, with the things we're learning, possibility, right? Especially, I mean, I think honestly, it's not even this part that makes me sus about Himeko, the whole father thing. It's honestly more the fact that the Astral Express decided to rise 15 years ago when the IPC pulled Planarcadia out of the painting. You know what I'm saying? Like, all of that lining up at the same time just seems a little bit sus to me all around. So that's where I'm kind of like, where does that, you know, what are the possibilities there? Like, what are all the things that could have happened when the Astral Express set off? Like, what all had to culminate in order for the Astral Express to actually take off for Planarcadia? You know what I mean? Like, who helped fix the thing? Like, who won the Phantasmoon games that year? We don't know. You know, there's so many different things that we don't know that led up to the launch of the Astral Express. Like, how long was the Astral Express down for before it got repaired and led up there? Why did Himeko feel like she was the one to need to do it? Like, why? If she's going to school for some shit, why the hell is she like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna fly the Express now? Like, there's just so many things. It's like, how did we get here? How did we get to Himeko taking the Express, repairing it, and launching it? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. But that being said, okay, cool. All that. Good point. Miss Dolly was a good point. I forgot about Miss Dolly saying all this, and that's a very good point. And not that I forgot about her saying all this, but the fact that like she didn't question Himeko's death. She didn't question Himeko's death, which, yeah, that's you would think she would do that, but then again, is like she mentions 15 years ago too. You know, yeah, I'm just gonna stick with that's a good one. The Friends. The only thing I have to say about the Friends is this was pre them dying. There's no handprints on the wall yet. We know the date is then, but we know the handprints end up on the wall, but they're not there right now. But what's also weird is that they say you look so different. We almost didn't recognize you. But this is supposed to be a classroom 15 years ago. So if she was supposed to be in school at this time, why wouldn't
Further backing that this is the real Himeko are the ghosts of her friends who recognize Himeko despite her having grown since they last saw each other.
It really is you, Senior?
Like, wouldn't they know that like Himeko's supposed to be in their class right now? So if they're supposed to be essentially in the role of 15 years ago, why are they acting like it really is you? I'd have to replay this scene back, because maybe I'm missing the order of this. But like, just from the context he's putting right here, it doesn't make sense. But I feel like maybe if I play it back, it'd make more sense. So we'll just jump over that.
You look so different. We almost didn't recognize you. Still, that dashing
Like, I don't get why they
yours
wouldn't if they're in the
simply
classroom
can't
at 15 years ago. That doesn't make sense.
Himeko's side of the equation is sound and holds water.
Sorry I was gone too long. It's unforgivable. I never came back to visit you all. Like, yeah, 1984. Like... This part doesn't make sense either. Actually, now that I think about it. Okay, whatever. Let's jump.
Pretty much where our investigation ends regarding Ryusuke, as we have very little to go on for this feller. You know, all we have about him is what the loading screen tells us, which is, quote, the current dean of the Graphia.
And then, yeah, current dean of the Graphia Academy. The times are just weird. We have multiple people playing as the dean of the Graphia Academy. He's also the current head of the family. Claims to be her father. But is he the current dean of 84 or 99? How do the friends not recognize their classmate? Or why would the friends act as though their classmate is not been there in a while? If they're supposed to be in 1984. And, like, why would it be in a while? So, like, even if you say they're not pretending to be in 1984, why would they be... Like, why would they not have advanced past 1984? Why are they not 15 years in the future as well?
Proof that he thinks his daughter claims to be Himeko's father. I suppose he himself could be an imagination. I don't think there's anything ruling out that he could be Himeko's father, other than the fact that he thinks his daughter is dead. They both have red hair. It's got to mean something, but what if there's something far more sinister going on here with this?
I mean, and then he says that, yeah, he thinks that he created the space to see his daughter actually die. Which I think, yeah, I mean, somebody had to have created the space. So it could have been him. I don't know. There's too many unanswered questions here. I have too many questions and not enough ways to reach an answer, to be honest. It's tough. I mean, I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm just going to leave it at that. Because I'm going to beat this to a pulp at this point. I'm going to beat this to a bloody pulp at this point. At the end of the day, they're both sus. And you want to know what? I might just kill them both. I don't care. I might just do it both times. Deadbeat dad tell daughter that she's not her daughter. That she is not her daughter. His daughter, her daughter. There's also a possibility that they both think they're telling the truth. One theory says it's a parallel version of Himeko. I don't think it is. I think she's a ghost. If she's a ghost, then why does she have a physical body? Yeah. Neptune's surface temperature is negative 210 degrees Celsius and it's way more chilling. The fucking mem hat. Yeah, bro. I mean, holy shit, this guy. Ryusuke states that he came back to his daughter's grave. This implies that he was not here when it happened. Also, if he came back to her grave, there must have been quite some time that had passed, and this reinforces the point that Himeko saying your dad was absent. So both agree on every point except two. They agree that Himeko is the daughter. They also agree that Ryusuke is the father and was absent. They disagree about the state of Himeko, is she dead or alive. To me, the most probable answer is that the current Himeko is an imposter that received the tampered memory of the real Himeko, where she would have survived. I mean, honestly, like, if I had to pick one, I would say Imposter 2. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a definitive conclusion on that. Just a bunch of options. Just a bunch of options. All right, well, that's fun. I guess we'll find out next patch, eh? I guess we'll find out next patch. Well, that's what I got. Whoops, not history. Actually, we got one more. All right, we're off of the Himeko thing. Jesus Christ, we're finally off of the Himeko thing. Good God. The funny thing is like, we act like Himeko is the one that really showed the two planes or the alternate timelines, yada yada, but she's not even the one that shows the two timelines. It just looks like she does, and that's why her classroom being 15 years ago is such a red herring, because that doesn't show that there's two timelines. Like, that's not the two timeline showing. I don't know. All right, what's this one, DeWitt? What do we got here? What's this one? One more, because we're doing Genshin Reacts tomorrow, so I want to do all of the HSR ones I had lined up today. Let's see. Evanescia, Silver Wolf, and all 8 Supplicants explained. All 8. All right. Give it to me.
The 8 supplicants for the Phantom Moon games, the ones who will compete against one another to become an Eon for 1 minute, are the Trailblazer, Sunday, sparxie, Pearl,
Sparxie's out. She's out.
And what looks to be either Evanescia or...
Dude, thank you.
sister.
Thank you.
Finally,
Evanescence.
good God, that's Cthulhu. You know, some weird, mysterious tentacle man. Well, if you needed to head out, there you go, man. There you go. I'm nothing if not a benevolent keeper of information.
Peace out, brother.
But if you're sticking by, we're gonna
get that chest in the background. Don't forget about that one.
How they got their masks. You know what's going on with Evanescia. La Mancha's true identity.
Yo, honestly. Bro, shit, man. I had the same reaction when I heard her goddamn name.
Or, I mean, Ash fails. And try and answer, who is bringing destruction to the world of Ahatopia under the name the Herald of Death?
That's me!
Is it Lord Ravager Asat Pramod? Yeah, I think so. You know, I'm not doing the whole suspense thing today. Still, I will use the creepy piano music because that shit hits like crack. Where is it?
Hit it!
There we go.
Ooh.
The Trailblazer got their mask under extremely bizarre circumstances because theirs seemingly came only into existence recently. While trapped at Graphia Academy and with an army of students swarming her, the Trailblazer would be saved by a strange girl named Evanescia who offered the Trailblazer some power that came in the form of Evanescia drawing on the spot a supplicant's mask. Now, this is weird, because the legend states there are only 8 masks worn by the 8 morning actors who offered stories to the Phantom Moon, so how is it this mask seemingly pops into...
Well, see, I had the same question, too, because in the live stream, he also did say, the one dude also said that some people draw their masks, and I was like, well, wait, how the fuck is that possible? If there were 8 masks in existence already, what the heck, like, what are we talking about? Well, what does that mean?
Existence just now, and further...
Tell me.
Why is it never once looked like the other masks, which are clearly morning actor masks, before binding to the user's soul and becoming custom masks? Who exactly is this girl, and what powers does she hold? This naturally leads us to our next supplicant, who appears to be Evanescia herself, or someone close to her due to the appearance of the mask that closely resembles her design, and as mentioned earlier, the supplicant's mask takes the appearance of the user's soul or some shit. Now, the reason I hesitate to state this mask is definitely Evanescia's is because all we have to go on is the fact that this mask resembles her design, but that's not enough given she's a Yai XP, and in Honkai Impact 3, there are apparently 2 of these niggas. And if I'm being honest, Evanescia looks a lot more like the clone than the original. Now, with that said, I didn't play Honkai Impact 3, so I don't know what the fuck's going on here, you know.
Me either.
I'm just saying, I'm keeping an open mind to
Dude,
possibility.
me either.
Trying to fuck us and do some surprise reveal that there's 2 foxes running around, you know. Is there anything about Evanescia and Star Rail that hints towards such a possibility? No, not even a little bit, you know. All we have about her is, quotes, a girl who lives next to the Planarc Elwood. She's a big fan of the cosmic fluffy across the blue. With her extraordinary painting skills, she crafted a mask for you that can be used to join the Phantasmoon Games. But what if, what if we look back to the start of the quest? Even Eskia was talking to someone.
Am I right, Observer? Watching us from behind countless veils.
That's us!
I've been rambling on since the show just started. You must be totally lost, aren't you?
Hello again.
And just forget all that nonsense I was spouting.
Who is she talking to? That's a good question. Maybe it's her sister. Hell, maybe it's someone else. Hell, maybe it's us. You know, let's not forget, Sampo pulled the same breaking the fourth wall bullshit back in Bellabog.
To you, my dear audience, I dedicate my performance. I wonder, did I bring a little more joy into your lives?
Always,
You
Sampo.
don't have to answer that. But if the answer is no, then you'll break my heart.
Regardless, you know, with that said, we don't have a clue how this mask came to be. If it's hers, you know, I guess she could have just fucking drew it, I guess. Because, you know, she has the power as demonstrated earlier. A Supplicant Sunday got a mask after Yao Guang, you know, just sort of flinged it onto his head after realizing if she wore the mask, she'd become too powerful and her divining would lock this world's fate toward complete annihilation. They got their mask from the Sinwish Syndicate, who got that mask from, who knows, man, through certain means, the boss did.
Yeah, they sold drugs.
The Supplicants are all closely intertwined. They are Pearl, Ashvale, and Silverwolf, and I say they're all deeply intertwined because the source for all three of the masks is Pearl herself, who as CEO of Planarcadia had in her possession 3 masks. She donned one herself to take part in the games, gave another to Silverwolf in exchange for the secrets of Imagenesis, which is the ability to create independent realms, and finally gave one to Ashvale, who she'd long been trying to recruit through an offer of a mask.
Not really, though, because she already knew these things. It seemed that way, but then she proved her wrong by absolutely destroying Silverwolf. But at the same time, I do believe Silverwolf might be playing a little bit of a game herself.
Independent realms, and finally gave one to Ashvale, who she'd long been trying to recruit through an offer of a mask to take part in the games to further help keep the IPC's control over the games absolute. Ashvale had long said no, but following the massacre at the Sinwish Syndicate, decided to accept Pearl's offer of joining the games to seek revenge.
Only victory can bring solace to the fallen.
No. What consoles the dead is only justice.
Now Ashvale, whose true identity is most certainly not a detective.
You actually found me? Guess that makes you the real detectives, huh?
Narrator is the detective.
I'm afraid you can't afford my price.
We can actually sit here and identify him pretty easily, given in the run-up to Planarcadia, Boot Hill was trying to free a broken-legged wolf who's the boss.
You're hoping this war involving the gods might be the key to freeing that broken-legged wolf.
Who else knows about that? But remember what you said. Leave
Hell yeah, brother.
alone.
Hell yeah, brother.
Ashvale is represented by a wolf, follows the hunt, and could be the boss of Boot Hill. This would make him La Mancha, who, for those unaware, is the leader of the Galaxy Rangers. This would also, help to explain the situation with the narrator monkey and Ashvale's hostility towards mimetic viruses, as the Galaxy Rangers have long been trying to track down Dr. Primitive. Now, the final mask we've yet to discuss is Tentacle Man, a mask so mysterious, not even Eskia knows where this
Oh, he didn't play music.
And
Drop the music, sir.
When did it sneak in?
Now, we have absolutely nothing about whose mask this is, other than, what we're looking
Herald
at.
of Death, I'm gonna say.
The wearer's soul, which would make this like an octopus, I guess?
Yep.
I don't know. Even this is nothing to go by, given our mask is a raccoon's, and, we aren't a raccoon, so just because his mask is all tentacly doesn't mean that you know, he's authentically. Now let's do some outside thinking. It's likely whoever wore this mask is the one, you know, replicating the Herald of Death strategy for the Phantasy Moon games and massacred all the people at the Sinwish Syndicate, which is feigned through killing. And I say this for 3 reasons that they're a supplicant. The first, because, I mean, why else would one commit a massacre? And the second, because why else would Ashvale join the games to get revenge on whoever killed the Sinwish Syndicate? If they themselves weren't a supplicant, it wouldn't make sense why he'd have to become a supplicant to get revenge on them. And third, because when Kuchiba said there can be no repeat players in the game, no one said anything.
You've heard the rule, haven't you? No one can enter the Phantasy Moon games twice. So let me give you a piece of advice. Don't let rage gnaw away at your reason.
Again, if we have clones happening, people existing at the same time through different planes of time, it's possible that that person can appear twice or can submit twice. Can be in the games more than once.
It's bad for your health.
If they didn't think that this fucking killing wasn't connected to the game, why then would they bring this up? So with that in mind, who is this person? Well, it's not the original Herald of Death, given they were executed 5 years ago, and again, there's the before stated rule barring players from taking part in the games more than...
Look, I'm just gonna say it. I don't think that man died.
Once.
I'm with Ashville on this one.
Bringing destruction to Hope.
Although I probably shouldn't be, because everything he's tried to predict so far has just been straight up wrong. Like, I feel like they kind of made that apparent that, oh yeah, what his deduction skills are shit. Oh fuck. What does that make me? Anyways, he seemed to be a little bit more serious here, if I have to be honest with you. So, he may have been onto something with this one.
Yeah, well, isn't it convenient that a Lord Ravager, an emanator of the destruction, the one emanator who wants to bring ruin to the path of the elation, decided he want a piece of that Ahatopia action.
Bring forth your spectacle and brawl till you're broken and bleeding. Destruction and elation. Isn't that elating?
Akavili on a new journey.
Yeah, guess who I am? I guess you're the killer. That's my guess. And he's conveniently silent right now. You know, at a certain point, he's gonna have to fucking enter the narrative. And you know what better?
Well, hey, I think he already is in the narrative. I think the boy himself is the leader of the little smiley cult we got going around. You know, the ones performing the surgeries on people, getting them to smile for the rest of their lives. The ones there who are taking the people out of their depressed state. You know, basically giving lobotomies to them. You know what I'm talking about? I think Asap Ramad is leading that little cult up. Okay, he is that man, and he's getting all these people to join his side through the Smileys. He's the Smiley cult leader. Okay, and that's how he's forming his wish power, through the Smiley cult. So, his presence is very well known, and honestly, I blame March for us not getting a proper introduction to him in 4.0. You want to know why? Because that lady came up to us and she was like, "Hey, you want to learn more? Ha ha ha!" And I was like, "Fuck yeah, I want to learn more. I just want to get inside the cult." This is before I even put this 2 and 2 together. I want to get inside the cult to learn how the cult works, because we're gonna have to like outplay this cult for witch power. Like we gotta form clout. We gotta farm clout, you know. So if we get inside the cult, we stream us low key inside the cult. People are gonna watch that shit. That's gonna get us a lot of wish power. You know what I mean? But March said, "Hell no, dude. Don't do that. That'd be really stupid." So you wanna know what? I'm leaving March on the express every goddamn time from now on. I'm gonna case her in ice every time we leave because she cockblocked me from joining Asap Ramad's cult.
Way, then oh my god, there's someone going around killing people. You know, so he's the obvious answer. The biggest problem is this doesn't really fit Asap Ramad's style at all.
Yeah, that to be, I mean, that is true. That is true. If he's leading the cult, what purpose does he have to go around and kill people, you know? You gotta think about that.
He rules entire civilizations over decades, never revealing himself. That's his strategy. It's why he's the chess master.
He's the cult leader.
The idea that he personally killed the Sinwish Syndicate is dubious at best, but I still think it likely he could have done this as part of a larger ploy to destabilize the world by having Ahatopia relive their most infamous memory. So yeah, I think it's him. How he got a mask? Not a clue.
I mean, both. I mean, it could be a Sapramad's mask, but he's not the one who did the killing. It also may not. It could be a Sapramad's mask. He's not the one who did the killing, and Bloody Blue or the Herald of Death just did the killing again because fuck it, why not? Also could not be the real Herald of Death. Could be a fake Herald of Death. It also could be the Herald of Death's mask, and Sapramad's just taking out the planet the way he normally does through the Smiley Cult because that's just what he does, and he doesn't need to take part in the games type thing. You know what I mean? I mean, multiple things could be true here. Until we get more info, I don't know. All I know is that I feel like the mask will look a little bit differently if it was a Sapramad's mask. But who knows? Who knows? That was cool. Yeah, that's solid. I mean, that's pretty much the same conclusion I came to on all the masks and everything like that. I mean, could be Evanesia's, probably not Evanesia's, but whose is it then if it's not Evanesia's? Could be, you know, Bloody Bloom's mask. But if it's not Bloody Bloom's mask, whose mask is it? I don't know. There's a lot of unanswered questions, brother. That was fun, though. It's a very interesting area to explore, but I'm very intrigued by the entire area. I'm having fun playing it. I'm having fun playing it. All right, W. DeWitt for the video, for the videos, and yeah. And also Nova Impact and CatWithBlueHat. What a great session that was. I mean, I feel like it's a lot of the same theories. You know, a lot of the same understanding of the way the world works to a point. Like I said, my biggest gripe is that I don't think it's timeline based. That's pretty much it. I mean, I keep saying it, but I just gotta put it into my head. I don't think it's timeline based. Oh, you don't want to know why I gotta go Graphia Academy and fight Dolly. Dolly is here? Dolly is... yeah, over here, right? Other side. But other than that, I think the concept is there. I think it's just the core fundamentals of the world that I'm disagreeing on. Oh, I haven't even talked to Dolly yet? Oh, shoot. It's all Sparxie's fault. Dude, that is a point, too. Himeko did give her the mask. Oh. I saw you in the hallway. Yeah, I didn't actually talk to you about this yet, did I? Seeing is believing, is it? Himeko is the one who told us that that's not necessarily true. What's that supposed to mean? Some kind of new riddle? Hearing is deceptive, seeing is believing. That's just choosing one of the two most common illusions. I know you have a lot of questions. Why don't I tell you a story? Actually, when I first embarked on interstellar travel, my teacher once asked... oh, this is what CatWithBlueHat was going in on. Dolly, do you believe there are two identical leaves in this world? First time I crossed through a black hole, I caught a glimpse of the possibility of multiple parallel universes. Time doesn't flow in a straight line. I encountered another version of myself, identical in every way. Her eyes were tender yet sorrowful, as if she'd been through it all, but she refused to breathe a word of it to me. I haven't seen her in ages. I'm sure she made some kind of sacrifice. Anyone would think the same, right? That somewhere out there, there's another me, silently bearing all the world's accidents and misfortunes on my behalf, keeping me blissfully ignorant and safe and sound all the time. I should be grateful to her. I'm still alive, and she's already passed on. Would she really be okay with that? She will. After all, it's her destiny. You spotted a Miss Dolly in the hallways, who look a lot like me. She didn't greet you, but she did wait for you to catch up. It seems like she was trying to lead you somewhere. You understand now. Destiny chose to make her reappear. The Miss Dolly that you met was actually me. So what about the other dolly in this world? I just made that up. Now the truth's all out in the open. Class dismissed. Okay. Well, we all know it exists, but it's not time travel. I'd like to have a chat with you. What else do you say? Takes wish power to do so many things. Stories about Himeko? Oh. The one where a student accidentally calls her teacher mom and the whole class bursts out laughing? Well, that happened with Himeko. Why does Himeko trust you? Back in our student days, Himeko had quite a fiery personality. She was interested in imagenesis and physics. I used to work for a while at aerospace companies like Ascend Air, and she was always asking me about interstellar travel. One time she started sharing the ups and downs of her life with me too. Okay. Alright. Well, let's play cards. That's what I came to you for. Oh man, there's a lot. She's so weird for just saying she makes it all up too. I do agree with that. When I saw it in Cat's video, I was just like, why are you just gonna say you made it all up? Because it's like obviously not just made up. Like I wish if we had already interacted with the oh, I'm on defense. Curtain, we would have said something different. Like, oh, we've seen clones of ourselves too. Like, that would have been a bit cooler. Kablam. Oh, defense again. Come on, repeater. Oh, I think I'm gonna dominate Miss Dolly here. And then, hop off of this thing, because goddamn, dude, I've been going in. Are you serious right now? What is this roll? I couldn't get a single 4? I've just been on line looking at stuff all day, bro. Like, even before I watched the videos, I was just looking shit up all day long, man. I've been stuck looking at shit for this. Dude, can I please get a 4 for the love of God? One more, perhaps. Jesus Christ. Killing me, bro. They're killing me, Matt. Kablam! Alright. Alright. Well, that's fun. I think this is where I take my leave. My leave. Alright, well, I'm gonna check out some Genshin videos tomorrow because, we got Genshin 6.4 coming up. So, I mean, we've had a bit of time, actually, to digest this 4.0 story. And I've taken the time to try and do so, but, Genshin's coming up. And we gotta make sure we're caught up on the story with Genshin stuff, and, which we mostly are. But there's a couple of videos I want to watch to get some perspective on that as well. So, we'll be doing that tomorrow. And I'll also be going through... I gotta finish up some of the Lantern Rite stuff and other events tomorrow before the patch actually ends. So yeah. Alright, thanks for hanging out.